1 minute to the deadline. Thirty seconds. Fifteen seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Deadline.
Good afternoon, Diplomacy fans, and welcome to the top board of the inaugural season of the Virtual Diplomacy League. I am your host, Kevin O'Kelly, coming to you live from snowy Chicago, home of the Windy City Weasels. I am delighted today to be joined by two veteran DBN personalities, Siobhan Nolan and Adam Silverman. Welcome, everyone.
Hey, Kevin. Thanks for having me.
We are glad to be here. It is a cold day, but I know in sunny California where you two are, you guys don't want to be inside, but I'm excited to watch some diplomacy. So we'll get to it. The VDL was established in March of 2020 as COVID-19 exponentially spread. It was a year-long virtual face-to-face league, culminating today with the VDL Championship game and an automatic berth into next month's DBN Invitational. I'm sure many of our watchers today have been keeping track of those standings, and we have today and one more event to go for that, so we will get there. Games were played using Backstabber as a virtual tabletop and Discord as a virtual negotiation room. So as we've done that, we've gotten some background. We would like to take some time to go with the host of, or the commissioner of the VDL and kind of go through his thoughts on there. And with that, we'll have our sideline reporter, DBN's own co-founder, Brandon Fogel, talking with Zachary Moore. We'll get you that. Come on, play. There we go. And of course.
Bear with us, folks. Technology is hard.
Oh, it worked every single time. All right, we'll try this again. Oh, do. That's what you get for using Windows. All right. Try it again. Hang on. Sorry.
We're getting there.
Dude, we're getting there.
So Zach is a player from the Minnesota area. He has also, in addition to VDL, he's been very active in building up a face-to-face hobby in that area. Obviously, not so active over COVID time, but actually VDL started as a online league for the Minnesota players, and I'm sure he's going to talk about COVID, but actually VDL started as a online league for the Minnesota players, and
all right, I'm here.
There we go. Sorry, Adam, I'm cutting you off.
Actually, VDL started as a online league for the Minnesota players, and
all right, I'm here.
There we go. Sorry, Adam, I'm cutting you off.
Tell us
actually, VDL started as a online league for the Minnesota players, and
all right, I'm here.
There we go. Sorry, Adam, I'm cutting you off.
Tell us actually, VDL started as a online league for the Minnesota players, and
all right, I'm here.
There we go. Sorry, Adam, I'm cutting you off.
Tell us actually, VDL
So I don't know what just happened there. A lot of technical difficulties. Kevin, you were on mute.
Yep. I quit.
So if
I
y'all
quit.
heard a lot of Adam's voice, I'm very sorry. I play with him here in the Bay Area. I'm sick of it too. We will get there one way or another.
All right.
It's a new year.
Last time. Yep.
It was supposed to be better than 2020.
Nope. I'm hosting, so therefore we are absolutely ruining this. So let's see. This is what happens when Brandon leaves the kids home alone. Thank you, Zach. I'm apologize for ruining your tournament. So, all right, we're gonna try one more time, and if this one doesn't work, I'm gonna get Brandon off the sidelines to fix this.
To fix all the problems.
Yeah. All right. So we're gonna try one more. All right, you guys go on mute, and we will try this.
Brandon, thank you. Happy to be here.
All right, Zach, tell us a bit about the Virtual Diplomacy League, how you started it, and how it went.
Well, Brandon, thank you. Happy to be here. In March, it was a response.
All right, Zach, tell us a bit about the Virtual Diplomacy League, how you started it, and how it went.
My face-to-face club that I co-founded. Well, Brandon, thank you. Happy to be here. In March, it was a response.
All right, Zach, tell us a bit about the Virtual Diplomacy League, how you started it, and how it went.
My face-to-face club that I co-founded. Brandon, thank you. Happy to be here. In March, it was a response.
All right, Zach.
All right, we had it. I think I got an idea.
All right. So, so for those of you who missed a little bit earlier, Brandon Fogel has left the kids home alone, and we have decided to throw a major party for all of our friends. And it got way out of hand. We invited friends who then invited friends who then invited friends. And suddenly the house is being trashed. The neighborhood's a mess. So let's talk a little bit. We were talking about Zach Moore in Minnesota and how he got started. And you were saying, Adam, that he was really busy with starting up a club in Minnesota, and maybe he was a little bit less busy now. But I'd actually like to argue with you there and say he's been more busy this year than ever before.
Oh, that's the truth. I
think a lot of us have, in fact, between VDL, DBN, all the virtual tournaments that have been happening, I haven't had to actually do that yet. So I've been spared all of that work. But it's been an incredible roster of virtual events this year.
Yeah, and I think that what seems to have happened is the folks who have been organizing tournaments and are used to kind of having a one-off event that they spend months and months planning for, but it's sort of a one-off. I think a lot of them, like Zach, have kind of really taken upon themselves to look even broader than that and really become, moderators for these ongoing events. Zach and Bill and Dave Maletsky and a whole bunch of others have really just put so much heart and soul into this. It's absolutely incredible what's come out of it, and the number of players we've seen, the quality of players we've seen. What a cool experience it's been. And if there's any bright spot of the past 11 months, it's strange to call it diplomacy, but I think that seeing this community get built and thrive has been very cool for all of us.
Yeah, and I 100% agree. I actually just recorded an interview with David Hood for Deadline recently, and I talk about the exact same thing. It's just the people who are stepping up to do the work and organization and running of the hobby is more than I've ever seen in my 20 years of playing. And it's fantastic. And I really hope that translates over when we're able to have face-to-face events again. And I'm really intrigued to see what we're able to make of this hobby as it becomes a real hybrid of virtual and face-to-face.
Yeah, and I guess I would even I'd even add to that. We both come from the face-to-face hobby, and a lot of the tournament organizers have ostensibly been some of the prior face-to-face organizers, but we've also seen a huge amount of work coming in from a lot of the online crowd, like Marcus and Saren and others who have organized games, organized events, served as GMs. And it's been this coming together of those groups that's really what's allowed this to flourish and be such a great combined community.
Yeah, 100% agree. I think that we may have finished or figured out our technical issues.
Okay.
So I'm going to give the reins back to Kevin in the background and see what we've got.
All righty.
I hope.
Here with Zachary Moore, the commissioner of the Virtual Diplomacy League. Zach, welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you, Brandon. Thank you. Happy to
Here
be here.
with Zachary Moore,
All right,
the
Zach, tell us a
commissioner
bit
of
about
the Virtual Diplomacy League. How you started welcome to the broadcast.
Well, thank you, Brandon. Thank you. Happy
Here
to be here.
with
March
Zachary Moore,
All right, Zach,
the
tell us a
commissioner
bit
of
about
the
the
Virtual Diplomacy
coronavirus.
League. How you
All right. Well, I spoke too soon. 2021 was supposed to be better than 2020. So
The good news is we have some games to talk about. Brandon!
What? I step
Daddy's
away
home.
for one day. Where is my egg? Where is my egg? My Fabergé crystal egg.
Yeah, it's that cabinet full
There's a
of
crack. There's a crack in my egg. All right.
yeah, no, the kids threw a party while you were away.
You have to be a certain age to get that reference. Risky business for all of you kids. Go watch it. And then come back to us. All right, so you guys are having troubles.
Yeah.
I heard. Came away from the sideline for a second, and so you guys were trying to play the
interview with you and
is that
Zach.
right?
Yeah.
All right, I will play that. I think I'm not sure what hall of mirrors Kevin was going down to make that happen. It's actually quite impressive. But all right, let me see if I can get it working on my end. Of course, watch me have the same problem. Wouldn't that be funny? All right, first of all, oh, you know what? I'm sorry, we are going to have to gab a little bit. Well, let's do this. Let us talk about the rookie showcase while we're trying to figure this out. In fact, let me bring Kevin on back here. Hey, Kevin, why don't you guys do the rookie showcase? I'll let you be a host for this because I need to download some stuff. I need to download the pre-recorded stuff. All right?
Okay.
This
All
is such an interesting crew, right? I mean, we look at the names here, and these are a lot of names that are pretty familiar to all of us and to those who have watched DBN. And it's hard to believe that some of these folks are rookies, right? And we've defined the rookie as people who have been playing diplomacy for less than one full year, right? It started in roughly this time last year or later. And some of these names have played a lot of great games. We've seen them in tournaments being very successful. So this is an exciting board, actually.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I mean, some of these names absolutely stick out to me, having done so many of these broadcasts. Jackson Roberts, Saren Kwok, Stephen Hogue. It's, you know, we talk about these rookie games, and what's interesting to me specifically for this board is players who've been playing for less than a year means that all they know is the virtual COVID diplomacy that we've been playing, which is so bizarre to me because coming from 20 plus years of the face-to-face hobby, it's, you know, I love everything we've been doing this year, but this is what they know and this is what they excel in. And, you know, I played one VDL game and oof, do I have a lot to learn about this style and this format of play.
Yeah. So let's go down the list. So in Austria, we have Jackson Roberts from California, who's ninth place in the VDL rankings. That's amazing.
That's hugely, and not by far, I don't think. I've got the rankings up over here on my other screen. He was only about 3 points behind Liam Stokes, who was in 7th.
And Jackson participated in the last league week back in December, and his game ended, I think, a little earlier, and a couple of the later finishes knew his result and jumped him to get to the top board.
Wow.
Yeah, definitely makes sense. I mean, the 7, 8, 9 placement was very, very close. So, I mean, well done to Jackson as a new player this year. Love to see it.
England, we've got Matt Lynch from Ireland, pretty late over there, playing the evening game. And Matt, we've definitely seen. He's in 34th place in VDL. We've probably seen him top or tie for some tops in some games as well, right?
Yep, it looks like he had 1 solo top, 2 survivals, and 1 elimination. 4 games total over the VDL season. Fantastic play. Definitely starting to recognize the name.
Yep, Evan Swihart's played in a lot of games from Cincinnati. Steve Hogue is a name where I think many of us are familiar with. He's played a lot of VDL games. He's also been playing gunboat and speedboat games on the servers. Kentucky, Seren from Great Britain. I think Seren's been on DBN a few times, right? We've done interviews with her.
Yes, I believe that's true. And, fantastic player, great showing this season, not just in VDL, but made a huge splash in some of the early tournaments this year. So definitely someone to look out for moving forward.
And in Russia, we have a name that's, I think, new to me. I'm not sure to the others, but Itamar Levy-Orr from Boston. I'm not Siobhan and Kevin, have either of you come across Itamar before?
First time I've seen this name. Happy to have you, and I love having no expectations of your play coming into this, because a lot of these other players I know enough about to be like, oh, that's what Steven does. That's how Seren plays. But I never seen you before, and I'm really interested to see how that dynamic plays on this board.
Yeah, and then finally in Turkey, Christian Brown, who's a weasel from Peoria. We've seen Christian in a lot of these. Definitely a very seems like someone who likes to have a lot of fun with the game and do unconventional things. Kevin, anything you would say about that?
Yeah, he's definitely have a different style of play, but has learned his way, and it is his first year. I know he's already played a game with us in 2021 here in Chicago, and looking forward to seeing how he does this year.
Cool. Well, let's jump into the game, shall we?
Let's do that. I don't know if Brandon has left us.
Well, and what I'll say about these rookie games or undercard games, whatever you want to call them, I'm not going to steal too much of Kevin's glory here, but the Weasels every year when they have their Royale top board, they also play an undercard game. And my understanding of that is that the winner of the undercard game usually goes on to do very well in their next season as a Weasel. And so I think anyone who tops this board has a really solid chance of being a name to remember for next year.
It was the highlight of the undercard. You knew you weren't going to be on the top board. You knew you were getting a head start on next year's standings. This game will not count towards the 2021, if I understand correctly. But it is one more chance for everyone to play and practice and sharpen their knives as we go forward. So
in some ways, it's diplomacy at its purest, right? There's no standings, there's no ranking. This is all about coming into the game and playing. However you feel like playing, and different people may have different ideas about what they're trying to accomplish in this game, and care to different levels about getting that board top, running an alliance. I mean, there's no way to know, and everybody probably has a different idea in their head about how they want to deal with this. So that will be interesting to see as the game plays out.
Excellent. All right. Well, let's see if my controls will at least work on the map, and we do have orders, so we're making progress. So
okay, I'll do a walkthrough of the first couple of seasons, and then maybe we'll pause and chat about it. But do interrupt if I miss anything key. But I think when you look at the spring 1901 moves, you see a lot of, I would say, standard stuff in the West, except for this bounce in Piedmont, which may or may not have been arranged. But I think as you start to look east is where things get really interesting. The Austrian opening to Bohemia with the Russians in Silesia is really something you don't see very much. That is just a pretty far out move, and really interesting. The other thing that's really interesting is this Sev to Black Moscow to Sev move in conjunction with Warsaw to Silesia. This is someone playing Russia who really thought those moves were going to work in order for this to happen. Pretty bold opening by Itamar, and you've got to really love to see that. Meanwhile, in Turkey, we see the interesting Smyrna to arm with Ankh to Khan. So we could be seeing a little bit of shenanigans going on here. Maybe a Sev Khan agreed upon swap or something along those lines happening. Let's wait. Let's see in the fall. So moving ahead,
can we picture that? Sorry, can we picture that? I mean, do we know? I mean, if Itamar is a first-time player, maybe, or just never online. I mean, these seem very bold moves for a rookie.
I see a comment from Steve Hogue that says that he's played correspondence games online, but this was his first in any kind of like VDL face-to-face type of format. So this is probably not his first game, because I couldn't imagine you would see something this well played out unless you had some neighbors really talking you into it in the first game.
I mean, I haven't looked at this game at all until this moment. I mean, this is very bold, and I would not have thought that all of this would have worked. So this is either just extremely lucky or just extremely smart on Atamar's part, and I'm really curious to see how it plays out. I agree that possibly a Sevcon swap is happening. It's the only thing that makes sense for Turkey not going to the black.
I mean, rat. I smell a rat. Warsaw to Silesia, Vienna to Bohemia. I mean, this is very, very agreed on.
Could this be a rat? That's an interesting thought. Let's go to the fall and see how that goes.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So we do, in fact, see that Sev and Khan swap. So the boldest of the bold for the Russian and the Turks. This looks a lot like a, well, could it be a rat? Now we see Italy moving into Trieste, which if there was a rat, that might help cement things, or maybe that's an agreed upon move. Usually when you see a move from Venice to Trieste by Italy, you don't get that follow-up into Venice, which is a little bit less friendly towards the Austrian, but we'll see. We have the Austrians supporting the Russians into Munich, which works. We have a bounce in Sweden, which is maybe no surprise given the Russians in Silesia. And then some pretty Tripoli-looking moves by France and England with the convoy to Norway, and the France, actually Belgium going untaken, interestingly. So let's just quickly move into 1902 to see where this actually plays out. So if we go into the winter, let's just check out builds real quick. Okay, we see our South Coast build, which is for Russia, which is also a really interesting, not something we would expect to see in this position with England and Norway and St. Petersburg. So that's really quite fascinating. Otherwise, the two fleet Italy, fleet army for France, and army in England, again looking pretty Tripoli in the west. So let's go to spring, and then maybe we'll pause a minute.
Sure. I was going to ask Siobhan, if you remember back to your rookie days, would something like a negotiation between Germany and Russia make you mad enough to throw everything up north like that?
I don't. I mean, those are. Oh God, I'm so old now. I honestly don't remember, but I mean, yeah, I was kind of a spiteful player, and I would have thrown everything one direction or another if something irritated me enough.
Okay, so raise your hand if you thought there was a rat. Raise your hand if you still think there's a rat. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, this is pretty interesting, right? We've traded a rat for an AIR, it would seem, right? So it looks like we have Russia and Austria popping the Turkish army in Bulgaria, and bouncing the Turks out of Ukraine. And then the Italians are moving their position out. France is not making moves that are particularly Tripoli, though they're not particularly anything, I would guess. They're kind of some nice equivocating moves there. So interesting, right? So it looks like an AIR. So let's go into the fall.
I mean, can we go back 1 second? I want to point out Itamar's moves in the north, very well done.
Yeah.
Because there were a lot of guesses around what was going to support what where. Bouncing in Finland, getting Sweden, St. Pete is still protected. Fantastically done.
So how does Denmark hold there? If there was GR fighting, how does Denmark hold?
Show me
instead of going to Sweden.
Red color around that. That might have been some sort of misorder.
Maybe. Let's see. I think I've always seen them show. Here we go.
Yeah.
Convoy fleet den to den.
Okay.
That might not work.
That happens.
Yep.
Yeah,
misorder. Support maybe.
I don't know.
Well.
Oh well.
Okay, let's look at the full turn. Okay, so the Russian taking Sweden is is not going to hold for the short term. But of course, the retreat goes into the Baltic, and it wasn't a Russian center to begin with. So this is not as if it's a huge loss for the Russians. Meanwhile, the Italians, boom, heading all the way west. France sniffs it out and protects against it. But this is pretty solid AIR play right here. This looks like AIR versus EFG and Turkey in the corner and doing what they're doing, right? Okay,
as you should.
Kill the weasel as you should. Okay, let's go to winter, and then maybe we'll pause for one moment. And we see the Turks disband their Ukraine army, which, while the most fun unit, is probably the right one to remove here. The French build a fleet in Brest. That is interesting.
They had looked so good, yeah.
So you have to wonder that looks a lot less Tripoli than a fleet in Marseille would have looked, especially after those bounces with the Italian last turn. That's really interesting. What do you guys make of the current position? And maybe we can just advance to show the position without the builds.
Wrong button.
Okay. What do you guys make of this position? Do we see maybe there's some dynamic between France and Italy here that they are going to lay off each other, and that's what's precipitated that Brest build?
I mean, there's a very definite possibility, but I don't know that there's much encouragement for Sarin in Italy to shift back heavily east at this point, even if, France is saying, hey, look, I built in Brest. I will move to the Irish and the English Channel and all these beautiful things. We'll see.
Yeah, if it's AIR, like I think you were thinking at the beginning of the year, you don't even need the fleet in Ionian to head east. You've got Greece. You can get into the Black Sea. You can cause enough problems for the two centers down there. That'd be an interesting play. You can always, France can always swing the fleets around. I don't know why you would have built in Marseille, but we'll find out.
And I'm seeing comments from Sarin that those bounces in West and North Africa were arranged. So this may have been a situation where the intention, and maybe we'll see it right now, those fleets go into Irish and English or something along those lines, where the intention was to break up the potential Western triple. Though, of course, it could also be a play on Italy's part to get France swinging the other direction while they come in and have a feast. Yeah. Certainly, if Italy is playing AIR, there's not a lot of reason for those fleets to do anything else. So let's move on and see the spring moves.
Just like you said.
There it is. There it is. We see English, Irish, Mid-Atlantic, and boom, Lyon,
Western Med.
Yeah. Oof. Indeed. And it looks like the Trieste might have been a misorder. Maybe it was supposed to go to Tyrolia, you would think. Well, no, it probably wasn't, because it was going to allow for that, allow the Russians to retreat there. So maybe it was intended to be a hold. But yeah, you continue to see really nice coordinated moves amongst AIR. And I think, I'm not sure, but this may be the turn that really turns the tide for them, because France, instead of focusing on holding them back from the south, really has turned on England. And even if they turn around, that's a huge momentum loss right there. Okay, let's see the fall.
Going on, yep.
Okay, so in the fall we do get, so this looks like a tactical guess for whether to protect Marseille or Spain. Italy guesses right, France guesses wrong, and Marseille falls to the Italians. Elsewhere, Germany does manage to retake Munich, but here is a great thing for people to see, and this is a mistake that a lot of people make when they think they're being clever and self-bouncing. The Sweden-Denmark self-bounce with an unwanted support from the Baltic Sea, allowing the English to slip into Sweden. So next time you think about a self-bounce, think about what the possibilities are, right?
And thank you for that from me to the air, because I always love to see a good unwanted support. It's cleverly done, and I enjoy that it's becoming such a normal thing in these games that people are starting to think about, should I self bounce? What do I do now? Should I support one of my own? I don't, and it's becoming really interesting. The only other thing I'll point out that I see this season is I really love what appears to be Saren convincing her allies that she deserves 2 builds, getting Greece and Marseille here, while Austria stays even for the forward builds, which puts her in just a fantastic position in this alliance as Russia goes down 1 by losing Munich.
Yeah, it's a good point, and it also is, puts Austria in a very dangerous position here as the small player in an AIR. That's not really where you want to be as Austria, because you're really the most vulnerable with that middle position. Vulnerable to some kind of coordinated movement between the two of them. So that is definitely something we will have to watch out for. The other thing to be aware of is, the net effect of France's moves in the spring were also that we had England taking a dot off of Germany, which is going to cause a German disband, which is exactly what you don't need from this position. And also, you also just left the Barents Sea in favor of pulling back to Norwegian, which I guess you had to do. But what a momentum killer by that caused here. So let's see the adjustments for 1903, and then I think we'll breeze through the next couple of years. Okay, so I'm sorry, Germany does not end up disbanding. There must have been
They picked up Munich.
They put Munich back, right? Sorry about that.
Yeah.
So,
but even still, the dynamic of the relationship, and AIR seems very strong in the east, whereas EFG has now tangled in the west. What does that foretell as we go forward?
That's right. That's right. All right. So let's move into 1904, and I'm going to move quickly through a couple of these middle years of the game. So we continue to see the AIR rolling, right? We see the right tactical play in Germany that allows them to force Berlin. We see things continue to push towards the middle of the board. Ankara is dead. Italian fleets continue to move west. Siobhan, I see a look of incredulity on your face.
I know, pure joy. The convoy from Marseille to Spain.
Yeah.
Let's talk about, that's beautifully done. Marseille is going to fall, but if they're not covering Spain from behind, how do you take it?
Yeah.
This is exactly it. Love
That's
to see it.
Yeah, very clever. Very clever orders. Cool. Let's go on to the fall.
Oops, wrong button.
Okay. And so then in the fall, we have a position where obviously if you take Spain, you're going to get a retreat. If you try to force Spain, you're going to get a retreat into Portugal, which is not great, and you risk Marseille. So the France opts to protect Marseille, and there you go. Meanwhile, there's some self-arranged bounces in the east. This looks very, very arranged by everybody on everybody's part. The Austrians take Ankara, the Russians take Sev back, and the Austrians take Berlin, giving them a build for the turn. This is just very strong AIR alliance play right here. Let's move on to 1905.
Any material builds?
No, this is all what this is all just an alliance chugging along. There's nothing here that looks like we're creating opportunities for shenanigans. Certainly there are opportunities for shenanigans with, some empty centers around the Balkans and in Austria and Greece. But again, we've got some self bounces. We've got a three-way alliance that seems very committed, at least right now, to pushing forward. Let's keep an eye on things, though. If there are opportunities for stabs, please, jump in if you see something. But right now, this is definitely a alliance that is trying to roll the board. And they're doing it pretty successfully. Here we go. We've destroyed Marseille here. We have we're in Munich. We're in Berlin. The north is pretty safe. Keep going into fall.
Oops, sorry about that. Oh, sorry. Hang on.
Yeah, no worries. I mean, my only question in this turn that we haven't talked about is that Saren went Ion to Aegean. Was she expecting there to be another bounce there, do we figure, and it just wasn't communicated?
That's my guess.
Oh,
That's
and there it goes back. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. So it goes back in the fall. Okay, we're not making any material progress right here, but we're also not losing any position, and the West is going to be disbanding again this year. So we go on to the winter, and I think that there's going to be a French disband. Is that right? No, it's just an Italian build. Okay, keep going. In 1906, still no cracks in the alliance. This is just solid. If you're playing in EFG right now, you're probably spending a lot of time talking to one another and just saying, what do we do here? We're just getting rolled. And tactically, is there anything we can do? This is really interesting what Germany does here. This is basically rolling into Belgium and withdrawing from Denmark. I mean, this is sort of giving up a position. I guess I don't know what would be the rationale for that. Maybe just feeling this is a lost position. I'm going to just get into a few centers where I think I can hold out for a while. But it's certainly not going to help anything. France, if they do end up losing Belgium this year, that will further crush the line. So let's see the fall.
I didn't watch all the moves up in the north. Is it EG? Did something happen between them? I mean, to get a Russian fleet into Norway and Denmark, I mean, England's in some hurt right now.
That's right. Germany basically walked out of their position, which is what allowed Russia to advance as quickly as they did. The only thing I might be watching here is there opportunities. I mean, Austria is definitely the junior partner here, but on the other hand, they've put themselves in a position where there's not a heck of a lot that the Russians can do to stab them. So, well balanced, I would say, is the way this alliance is played. They really have managed to keep most of their units up front on the, near the line, whilst, keeping a minimal arsenal back to protect themselves, but not putting themselves in danger to hurt each other.
Yeah, and if I'm reading it correctly, I believe the Austrians going up 2 here, picking up Kiel and Caen.
But they're No, they're not losing anything.
They didn't lose anything, and Russia so far is even, but losing Norway. I'll let you take fall. Sorry, Adam.
No, that's okay. Yeah, I mean, again, it's all bounces. We've got Smyrna going to Syria because why not?
Because why not?
Right. Yeah, there's no signs that this is anything other than a alliance that intends to continue playing, with Germany essentially janissarying for the Russians, it would seem, now going into the North Sea to cause more trouble. I would imagine we'll probably see them keeping an army in that fleet to convoy into England or something like that next year. Moving ahead. So let's look at the center count right now at the end of 1906. We have Turkey at 7. Is this updated? I'm sorry.
This is updated.
Sorry, we have not Turkey. Turkey at 7 points. I don't know what those points mean. 7th place. I see. We have Russia at 9, Italy at 8, and Austria at 7. So this is really interesting, right? Because this is, again, is a pure diplomacy game. There's no trophy for coming in topping this board. So now what plays into it is a lot of what do these players want out of this game, and how do they, and to what extent do they care how it ends? If you're playing Austria and you want to top this board, you probably can't continue with the current play. But if you don't care about coming in second or maybe a tied top, depending on what arrangement you've made, then why not just keep going, right? And I think that goes for, I think Italy is probably in a position, Italy or Russia are probably in positions to potentially top the board just by sticking to it. So there may not be a lot of motivation for this alliance structure to break up. What do you think, Kevin and Siobhan?
I mean, I completely agree. I don't know that I'm breaking this alliance structure at this point. We've played it this long, and if it's not about a couple of points to get me first place in a tournament or something like that, I don't know that I would ruin a game-long relationship.
Yeah, totally agree. And then on the other side too, they may just be asking for a draw at this point. We know we can't catch you. We know either one of you can top the board. It doesn't count for anything. Let's go watch some, NFL playoffs.
All right, let's move into 1907. See if anything funny happens.
A lot of black.
And not so much. We see the French decide to abandon Portugal to go to the Irish Sea.
And Paris.
And Brest, and they're basically letting the Russians into Paris.
Okay, so more irritated at the German than they are at caring whether they lose their home centers, possibly.
I don't know at this point that you're maybe if you're playing EFG right now, you basically are at one with the fact that this board has been mopped, and I mean, there certainly is an argument from those types of positions to say, let me pick one power and try to make them as large as possible so that the other powers will have no choice but to do something about them. And sometimes that's the right play. I think that that's something they probably needed to look at several turns earlier if they wanted to make it effective. But that is certainly one way to play those types of positions where you know that you're at a tactical massive disadvantage and are going to just get ground out, and really just try to make sure that you're getting ground out in a way that maybe only Russia is getting dots, or maybe you abandon dots so that Russia grows 3 in a turn and is now at 10 or 11 while everyone else is at 7 or 8. And then
sow some discontent, and maybe then some things will change.
Yeah, and then maybe it gets to some point where the other powers say, you know what, I don't want to turn on this alliance, but on the other hand, this is becoming a threat and I've got to do something different. And other than that, you really don't have a lot of play in these positions, and the slow grind out is frustrating and leads to this kind of stuff that looks funny and serves no purpose on paper, but it's also hard to critique this kind of play because you're really just in a lose-lose situation. So let's move on into the fall.
Whoa.
And we got a convoy from Piedmont to Liverpool, which is glorious.
Wow.
So there you go.
But a 2-dot stab in the east, right? Maybe
the Austrian on the Russian.
I think
the Russian walked out.
About evening the number of dots, because you have Russia getting support from the Austrians into Holland, right?
Yeah, the Russian was picking up Holland, Sweden, and Norway. Paris.
I think we're going to see a 10-10-10 here. I think this is what they were going for. Let's count. I think they were. Yep. And are we drawing after this?
Well, first, let's just go back and look at that convoy to Liverpool again. I mean, that is
beautiful.
Yeah.
Anytime you see an English army or an Italian army on the English homeland is a great day.
Without any Italian fleets north of the Mao.
Yeah, exactly. It's chef's kiss. Love it. And there's the draw.
There it is. So there you go. AIR, it started it became apparent in 1902, and it ran the whole game. It would be interesting to know whether that was part of even those apparent RT negotiations at the beginning of the game that did, look like that arranged Khan-Sev swap, if that was really just a prelude to get into the Turks out of position a little bit. But very nicely done by the three shared board toppers. That's a nice game played. It's you can do very well with long-term alliances, and I think this is case in point. Shows what you can do.
Yeah, 100% agree with it. I had a lot of fun watching this game. It gave me a lot of my favorite things, as those of you who watch the broadcast will know: unwanted supports, long, ridiculous convoys. Wonderful.
Is there any chance, any place where any of them could have gone for a solo? Because again, no chance to miss or lose points, or if you fall too high or go too high and then fall too far. Was there a solo on the board?
I think it's really hard with this kind of ongoing three-way dynamic, right? And I think that there's probably a feeling whether it's true or not, there's definitely this feeling that if one player goes for it, they're going to have the other two to contend to immediately. So unless you're making a stab with one of the other two on the third, in such a way where you feel confident that you're going to benefit the most from it, it's really hard to break up these kinds of dynamics in the mid game or as you push into the late game, right? And it might be there were conversations of Italy saying to Russia, like, how about we stab Austria? And Russia might be saying, I think that's going to benefit Italy more than it's going to benefit me. And Austria might be feeling, I'm not going to stab somebody because it's going to benefit the other person. And it just creates a sort of a triangle where there's not a lot you can do about the situation, and a shared board top certainly is a good outcome for everybody, I think, especially in a scoring systemless situation. But even in a game with a scoring system, something like this would give everybody some, most systems would give respectable points to all three of those powers, and something that you could build on for a later round if that was your goal.
Yeah, I agree with everything you said there, Adam. And I think that, the moment for Italy and Russia would have been that very last turn where they turned some dots over to the Austrian. Those could have been defended. I mean, Russia was picking up we counted 4 dots. So, I mean, imagine the Russian position if they hadn't given up those 2 dots to Austria and said, no, I'm going to clear out all of my home centers, drop down a lot of units, and just see what I can do here. But again, like you said, in a scoring systemless game, maybe not worth it. And the reputation you get for having this kind of alliance sticks with other players and they remember it.
I haven't seen too many AIR alliances last, to the length that this one did. Austria in Kiel, that's really interesting. Don't see that too often. Italy up in Liverpool, really the alliance pushing all the way into England and, all the way up to the middle of France. Russia in Paris.
Yeah, an air that ends with an Italian in Liverpool, a Russian in Paris, and an Austrian in Kiel is not something you see every day, and you love to see it.
All right. Well, that was a fantastic game, and we'll thank them for the rookies. And all right. So here, I'll ask one last question. We'll do this in rapid fire mode. If you think any of these 7 players are on next year's top board, who's your pick?
I mean, I've been watching Saren play all season, and she's just a fantastic player. And I think that her skill and her diplomacy will only get better from here. So I'm rooting for Saren.
I think there's a lot of players here who, are going to have opportunities, and who I personally would be, nervous about being next to on a board. So, I mean, Jackson has played very well in many games that I've observed. I really like the steady pace and the focus as Austria in this game. There were a lot of points where could have lost some nerve and decided, hey, I've got to get bigger, faster, and take some dots off of one of my allies, and really just stayed the course. I was really impressed by that here.
Excellent. All right. Well, we made it through. This is about the time that I wanted to be here to this time anyway. As we get into the top board, we'll see how much of my technical problems have gone away. Brandon is standing by, so we're not going to have the hall of mirrors or echoes. What we're going to do, but we are going to go to the top board. Oops, I gave away the thing. Let's go. Hopefully no one saw that. Don't pause the video, anyone who's watching it. So as we got into the top 10, as we mentioned already, Jackson Roberts finished at number 9. Ben Kellman was just on the outside and kind of watched as his lead went away that day. He was on that final Saturday when we played. And then we get to the top 7. So here's our list going in. We'll start at the top because I called him Babe Ruth because John Anderson won every board he was on. I think if you go, and this is just the VDL's standings, but if you go to the DBNI's, I think he topped like 80 to 90% of the boards he was on this year. Is that what your recollection is?
I've got those listings in front of me. It looks like he played 5 games with the VDL this year. 4 of them, he was a solo board top, and 1 was a survival. I do recall, I seem to remember a shared board top, and I don't remember how that's counted. So,
yeah.
Morgante.
Oh, without a doubt. He came in, although going into the last season, Tanya Gill, so we'll get to Tanya, but as we see these dynamics play, Tanya had those 3 tops early on and led the standings until John Anderson's massive board top on that last that last day of the season. So John moved his way up, but Morgante had a big push at the end as well on that final day. And then went on to win the virtual WDC last month. With Tanya winning Boston Massacre, Morgante with VWDC, and John Anderson winning Weaselmoot. You've got 3 of the top 4, all majors, all with targets on their back. Karthik Konath, I saw him at VWDC. Got 7 games with us. That is the most of any player other than Morgante in the top 10 for sure. Ed Sullivan, everyone's favorite Ed Sullivan, Mr. Alliance Play. We'll see what type of game he has. Had some great results. Again, I think so. If this is the case, I think he had about 4 shared board tops because that was his MO coming into the season. So let's assume that top means solo and shared. Dave Roberts fought his way in, and as well as Liam Stokes. Who again fought their way in on the last day to finish. And again, look at those 6, 7, 8, and 9, all within 6 points of each other. What a fantastic result! So, comments on we're going to try and go to the power selection now. We'll see if we can get that interview with Zach brought up, but comments on what do we expect? How do you think they're going to draw? Who's going to want to be by whom?
I mean, I don't think I want to be next to anyone on this board if it's me. But top boards are like that, and you can't get away from it. You've mentioned that we've got some real power players in here, and I'm going to be curious to see how recent wins versus older wins play into the way people remember play from players. I mean, like you mentioned, Tanya came in early, got her very solid 3 top board tops, and we haven't seen a ton from her since. And so do people remember how dangerous she is? Morgante won very recently. How much of a target is on his back? So I'm curious to see.
Yeah, the dynamic on a top board is not, we've got this 1 or 2 sharks on our board and we need to watch out for them. I mean, you can't play a top board that way because these are people, and this isn't even a tournament top board where maybe, 1 or 2 people who are, or a couple people who are less sharky, slip in by good results early in the tournament. This is over the course of a whole season. So all 7 of these folks have been consistently putting up good numbers and good results. So, the approach, can't be, let's take out this person because they're the shark on the board or because they're the scariest person, because it's like, well, no, you're kind of scary yourself. So that doesn't make any sense. So, the dynamic will be very different than that.
Excellent. All right. Well, let's see if we could see how they chose their powers. We'll see if we can get this video up. So hang tight. Oops.
All right, I am here with Zachary Moore, the commissioner of the Virtual Diplomacy League. Zach, welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you, Brandon. Thank you. Happy to be here.
All right, Zach, tell us a bit about the Virtual Diplomacy League, how you started it, and how it went.
Well, the Virtual Diplomacy League started in March. It was a response to the coronavirus pandemic, shutting down my face-to-face club that I co-founded in Minnesota. We moved our games online to a virtual format, but we didn't just want to play full press. We still wanted to play live with each other. And in our first game in March, a couple of non-Minnesotans kind of snuck in without us really noticing, which we were fine with, but it hadn't been the plan. And then the month after that, it was more like 50% of the game was non-Minnesotans. And then the month after that, it was almost 0 people from Minnesota, and had just kind of turned into a global game. So I figured this is great. Let's build off this momentum, but let's stop calling it the Minnesota Diplomacy Club and give birth to a new league, the Virtual Diplomacy League, a global experience. And, it's grown. We've learned as we've went, kind of made up the rules on the fly in some cases. But it's been a very competitive, very high quality league. And here we are almost a year later playing our first championship game.
And so what were the stats on the year? How many people played? How many games?
There were 37 Virtual Diplomacy League games this year, Brandon, and 97 different players, just short of triple digits.
All right. Congratulations on having a successful first outing. Are you planning to have a season 2 next year or this year?
Yes, VDL is coming back. We are going to take the month of February off to rest our weary eyes and watch the DBN Invitational Tournament. And then we will be back in March for the first game of the 2021 season. And I'm hoping that it's going to be even more successful than the first, and we finally will get over the 100-player target.
All right. Well, we look forward to seeing it here on the Diplomacy Broadcast Network. Of course, you are one of the co-founders of this network. So we all thank you for not just being a part of the network, but also providing us with such great material for broadcasting. And we're looking forward to this top board today. We've got a murderer's row. So set up to, we're going to put them in a little cage and watch them go at it. So why don't we bring them on? I will duck off and I will let you lead the power selection.
Adios.
All right.
Let's see, everybody on? Now everybody's on? Okay. Welcome, everybody. Congratulations on qualifying for the first ever VDL Championship game. We will be selecting powers according to the Paris method. Paris method works as follows. The lowest seed is going to put their name on a virtual table, as it were. They have no choice. Sorry, Liam, who is the 7th seed. And then the 6th seed will choose to place their name either ahead of or behind the lowest seed to signify where they would like to pick. And the 6th seed in this case is Dave Roberts. And we'll continue down through the 5th, the 4th, the 3rd, the 2nd. And then the 1st seed, John Anderson, will just plop his name wherever he wants to pick. And that will determine the order in which we select powers. Then we go through and select powers. The caveat with Paris method is that at the end of the game, if the center counts are tied between one or more leaders, tiebreaker will go to whoever picked latest among the tied parties. Are there any questions before we get this thing going? No questions. Fantastic. Everybody's a professional. Here, after we finish with Paris method, you will all break into your interview rooms and the viewers will learn a ton about you, maybe too much about you. And then we'll start the game. So Liam, without further ado, go ahead and let us know which space in the black void you want your name to go.
Exactly where you got it.
Fantastic. Dave, it's to you.
I'll go ahead of Liam.
Ed?
I'll stick.
I'll go ahead of Ed.
I'll mix it up and I'll go after Ed.
I will go after Ed as well. But before Karthik.
John with the final choice.
I guess I'll pick first.
John will pick first. The order is set. It will go first John, second Tanya, third Ed, fourth Morgante, fifth Karthik, sixth Dave, and seventh Liam. So, John Anderson, which power would you like to play?
Let's go with England.
All right, it's to Tanya.
I'll take Germany.
Choice goes to Ed.
Switzerland. I'm serious. No. I'll take Russia.
I will take Italy.
I'll take Austria.
I'll take France.
I guess Switzerland's already been chosen, so I'll just go with Turkey.
An excellent choice again, Liam. Well, that was the Paris method. You have your powers. The streamers will have plenty to talk about already. I will now release you to your player interviews. You can virtually shake hands, wish each other good luck, wish each other bad luck. I will wish you all good luck. Congratulations on making it this far.
Thanks, Zach.
Good luck, everybody.
Good luck, all.
Good luck, everyone except Ed.
Wow. Whoa.
Oh.
We
Okay,
should have all
man.
came wearing our orange shirts.
Yeah.
I didn't know this was the thing.
It's a wrap. So, Brandon, do we back out now, and do they need to re-click the new link that you send them?
All right. So, Kevin, you need to unmute yourself real quick.
There we go. I'm trying to close because I can hear the video in the background still. Windows is
You've
still.
got like 10 million buttons to click. So I'm
There we
just going
go.
to say that I was listening to some of this power selection behind the scenes. And can we all talk about the fact that France wasn't picked until 6th?
That is pretty remarkable. You that is. I mean, do you think it had anything to do with the fact that England and Germany went really early, and that maybe made some people nervous about playing between
John Anderson and Tanya Gill?
I don't know. I don't know what else would lead to that. And and Tanya was pretty quick on selecting Germany immediately after John had picked England. I don't know if there's any prior relationship to that there might be some level of comfort being next to one another. But I thought that was kind of interesting. That's the way it went down. I wasn't surprised to see Turkey picked last. I think that's pretty common on top boards. The tendency that I think we've seen in a lot of cases, though, I guess Morgante is the exception that defies the rule. But in many cases, we do see Turkey get the short end of the stick early in a lot of these games. Obviously, Morgante won with Turkey in the most recent tournament, so there are no rules as far as that goes. But yeah, shocking to see France go 6th. I would say that from Dave's perspective, I actually think that's a really good draw, I would actually, he's coming in as I think the 6th ranked player or something. Is that right?
I believe that's the case. Let me pull.
Yeah,
that back up.
I think I would be really happy as the 6th ranked player to have the opportunity to select France. There's no good position to be in here, so I would be very happy to be playing that power on a top board like this.
Now, do you say that knowing that you are next to John Anderson to your north and Tanya Gill to your east?
But where would I rather be? Would I rather be in Austria next to Morgante and Liam and
Ed? Like,
where do I want to be on this board, right? And so the point is, at least with that late selection, I'd rather be making that late selection into something where I feel I've got a corner position and I've got a defensible way to go. So.
Yeah, for sure. So one last question, and then we'll get into our first player interview as we start, is John kept first. He was top seed coming in. He kept his first pick. He picked his power. What do you think about Tanya picking second and picking right in his eye? Is that like I was leading all season and I'm going to keep my crown, or how do you go?
I think Tanya probably wanted to play Germany, and it fell to her, and so she probably. Again, we'll maybe hear more from the interviews, but that sounded like a confident pick. Like, I'm gonna, this is what I wanted to do. John being in England does not change that in the slightest.
I 100% agree, and I think this is very much sort of the Doug Moore style of playing the Paris method of selection: is go as early as you can and take a country you want. John knew he wanted to play England. He had the choice to pick first. He did. He could have chosen to see what a few other people picked, but I think that John and Tanya both came in knowing what countries they wanted to play, and it didn't matter who was next to them.
Excellent. All right. Well, then let us start out. We've done player interviews in these top boards before. Everyone, I think, has been on a top board except for Dave Roberts. So let's get Dave first, and then we'll take a little break here while that's going on and get back to start the game. So please enjoy that, and we will make sure we share the audio.
All right, I'm here with Dave Roberts. Interview before the VDL top board. Welcome, Dave.
Thank you. How you doing, Brandon?
I'm doing all right. Before we talk about the game, curious to let you introduce yourself to the audience. First of all, where are you from, and how did you get started with diplomacy?
I live in a small town called Snohomish, Washington, about 30, 45 minutes north of Seattle. I actually grew up in Snohomish, and I was first introduced to the game in, I think like many people, in my 8th grade world history class. A teacher, he had a board set up on the entire floor of the room. Desks got moved, desks and chairs moved out of there, and he was crawling around on the floor moving these pieces that he made. I remember very clearly that I was in a group with Austria, and we were out within like 3 moves. but I mean, the game was cool. It was interesting working with people. I mean, it was a fun game, and I didn't really get back into it. I didn't play it again until I started teaching world history. And then I went and talked to that teacher who was still back at Snohomish High School. Not that he'll ever watch this, but John Mitchell he should get a shout out for it. So I went and asked him, hey, where did you find that game? How did it, what was that all about? He sent me to a store. I bought it. I set it up in my classroom, and I've been using the diplomacy game, and then more so the colonial diplomacy game in my world history classes ever since, for about 24 years of teaching. So it's pretty fun.
And what age group is this that are playing?
I teach sophomores and juniors. So that's the group that we're playing tonight. We do it right there as part of our lessons in class.
And how do the kids like it? Like, what do you notice in them and how they adapt to the game?
It's a highlight of the year. It's one of those things where you get in groups of about 3, but based on class size, groups of 3 or 4, sometimes a little bit more than that. But it's funny how it's evolved over time. Again, back when I first was teaching, we had the board. Everyone was standing around the board, writing their moves. People were trying to spy on each other, that type of stuff. And now, these days, I mean, obviously we're not in school, we're online right now, but these days it's more, kids will go up and they'll take a picture with their phone. They'll take a picture of the board, and then they'll go back with their groups, and then they're figuring out what they're going to do, and then they'll start moving around the room. One year was great. A group actually created a Facebook page just for their class, where they were negotiating outside the classroom. It's fun. I mean, I'll see students years after I had them in class that'll see me and they're like, "Yeah, you still playing that game? That was awesome." So yeah, it's done a lot for my teaching, for people thinking that I'm a good teacher and a fun class to do.
Yeah, I honestly, if I had a teacher who did this in high school, it would have changed my life. If I had discovered this game as a 16-year-old, it definitely would have changed things. Maybe not for the better, but in an interesting way. Okay, so you've been watching teenagers play, helping them learn to play the game, and then you encounter this virtual face-to-face. Had you played face-to-face like as an adult? Was this an active hobby for you?
Honestly, I didn't even know what it was called, but I've GM'd hundreds of games, mostly colonial diplomacy, in class, and it wasn't until the school closures where I set up a game where I was taking pictures of the board that was in my dining room, on the dining room table, and then the students that wanted to be a part of it, again during the school closure, were they would negotiate and do all that type of stuff. They would send me their moves through Google Class or Google Doc and that type of thing, and then we'd meet in Zoom every morning to make the moves. And afterwards, I was like, "Oh man, that was a lot of fun," but it just killed me. It was so much work. And so one of them actually said, "Hey, I think there's an online thing." And then actually another teacher at Cascade had told me about Backstabber before. So I finally went ahead and joined up and played a few games. And that was the first time where I was like, "Oh, okay, this was fun for the kids, but it's hard. Like it hurts your heart when you are put into situations where you either get stabbed or you feel like you have to stab." So I now have a better understanding of what some of the kids are going through when they're like, I love this game, but I hate this game. So that's
so playing as an adult then might actually affect your pedagogy, is what you're saying.
I understand some of the situations that they are in a little bit more now. Yeah.
Okay. Now, how do you find the adult players that you're playing with? Like, how does the gameplay compare?
I think this game. That's one of the cool things about this game is I don't know that age matters that much. I can tell early on in my classes where I'll get a student who they just get it. They just see things, and then now playing on my own, I think the same thing will happen. It doesn't matter the age. I mean, some guys have tons of experience, but then they're getting sparked by people who are 15 years old. I mean, I'm getting sparked by 15 years old. What's happening? So yeah, I think that's part of the cool thing. I mean, there is a experience level that I need to get more of, but I think even with all the experience in the world, there's still this times where it's like you're going to get got.
So speaking of getting got, I was chatting with your son earlier, who was playing in the Rookie Showcase, another Roberts who has had a big impact on the virtual face-to-face scene this year. And Jackson let it be known that you were nervous about this game today, that you weren't sure that you necessarily had the stuff to make it. Is that true?
My skill set does not fit with a top board. I think my strength is one of my strengths is actually trying to talk people into keep me alive after I'm no longer a threat, and I don't think that's going to help me win today. And then the other thing that I've always been is just early on I kind of came in as trying to learn from other people. I became a pretty good ally. I've missed out on opportunities to stab when I should have, maybe give myself a chance to win, and so I didn't, honestly, I mean, I'm going to come in here, I'm going to do my best, I'm going to have fun. I will have to go out of my comfort zone to actually have a chance to win this game or really be competitive at the end. I'm not really sure I'm not really sure if I'm good enough to be there at the end to decide, who wins, but at the very least, I can make a few decisions early to decide who loses. That might be my best bet here.
All right, I don't want to harp on this, but I have to follow up. What do you think you're missing? What is the weak part of your game that you think will keep you from winning?
It's that killer instinct. It's the okay, it's time to go for it. I got to go for it. I've in a lot of the games, I feel like by the end of the game, like I'm playing. I didn't even know people before they started, but by the end, I feel like we're actually friends, and I would actually feel bad if I took their dot. So. I get that that's a part of the game that I got to get better at if I want to win, like legitimately win games. But that's what I mean about this game. It's beyond just like a board game where you count up the score afterwards. You do develop relationships, and you kind of think about the future and who you are if you make these decisions. So we'll see. I've started to be able to kind of put that away a little bit, where okay, it's just a game, and afterwards, no matter what happens, we all had a good time. But I still have a hard time pulling the trigger.
All right. So when Ed Sullivan said, "I don't have the killer instinct of a champion," that resonated with you.
Oh yeah, but it also, I mean, I know that he said that, and then since then he's done some damage, and so I know that there's growth. I mean, I can't sit here and be a teacher and then not look at the potential for growth to get there. But I also play this. I think I play this game kind of on a for the long game. I want to continue to get better each time I play, and part of that is knowing the right time to take somebody's box, that type of stuff, and then the other time is the right time to keep them on your side. And there's years for me of growth for me in this game.
All right. Speaking of this game, you were the number 6 seed, but managed to, and you picked 6 in the selection order. And this is something I have never seen before. France fell all the way down to number 6. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, so it took me a minute to actually, I mean, it was between France and Turkey for me, and it actually took me a minute because I was looking at who I'm surrounded by. And, in this game, it doesn't matter how good the country is. I mean, if you're around people that all want to kill you, you're going to die. So I was looking at that France was available. I was also looking at who was England, Germany, and Italy, and I was like, ooh, I don't know if that is the best thing for me, but I think it's hard to pass up France when it's there for you. And so we'll see if I can get anybody on my side out of the three around there, or if I can't, if I can get anybody to put pressure on them. So we'll see what happens. But at least I should start by, finding one dot.
All right, so you've got Tanya Gill in Germany, you've got John Anderson in England, and Morgante Pell in Italy. Those are the three that you were talking about, and perhaps a bit nervous about being next to. So let's focus on England and Germany here, Tanya and John. Between the two of them, does one seem like a better option to you as an ally, a better target?
I've never been on a board with Tanya before. I have with John. We've never necessarily, I don't even know that we've ever started out as neighbors or, really close enough to have the immediate, hey, let's make a plan. That might be my weakness in the game. But so I will probably try to, I know a little bit about John, so I'll try to work with him. And then I'm going to try to, get a feel for Tanya, which I just heard that she's really, really good.
It's a fascinating task for you, man. You've got the two most successful players on the tour this year. Tanya, she was running the tour early on and then stopped playing for a while. And John has sort of been dominant ever since he's come in. So I don't think any viewer envies your task, but we all look forward to seeing how it goes for you.
All right. Yeah. Thank you. I'm looking forward to seeing, or I don't know if I'm looking forward. I'm interested in seeing how it goes.
One last question for you before we sign off. The DBNI is coming up, and you are you're a little bit of a ways back. Obviously, the score will help, and that hasn't been factored in yet. Does that weigh in your thinking at all, or is it really just do the best I can?
I want this game to be fun every time I go out and play it. And I want it on this one, it's a top board. So the reality is everyone's got to try to win. I feel like I have nothing to lose. I guess I do. I guess if Liam wins the whole thing, I move down a spot. So basically, and I'm not saying Liam isn't going to win the whole thing. But I would say I kind of got nothing to lose. So, I'm going to just go for it. We'll see what happens. In this game, a lot of times, the best thing is either to win it or be out early and go about your day. So I'm gonna go for it. We'll see what happens.
All right, fantastic, Dave. Good luck, and we'll see you afterward.
All right, thank you.
All right, man.
All right, what an interview we had there. It was first time getting back to it and teaching kids. I feel like that's some of the great stories we've heard, in, I want to say old face to face and being a softie. Like, again, don't want to sound like an old timer, but when you joined this game 10 to 15 years ago, you had to be grizzled. You had to be able to get run over and fight and get back up and get run over again. And it took the strongest to survive. But I go back to that initial DBN deadline interview with Russ Dennis about the connections. And I love this type of interview where we're all learning to make alliances. We play a little nicer, and there's still going to be some stabs. Don't get me wrong. This game is about winning, but it's a great attitude to come into a top board with.
A lot of modesty there, a lot of, self-deprecation. And I think we all recognize the wolf behind the sheep's clothing, and I think we're all expecting some good stuff out of Dave today.
Absolutely. I heard a lot in what Dave was saying in that interview. The nervousness or the self-deprecation. It's what I say when I get on the top board. It's the exact same thing. It's like, yeah, I'm just happy to be here, and I'm going to give it what I can, but we'll see. And what I'm going to say is, if you make it to a top board in a tournament or a league like this, and I'm still teaching myself this lesson, you 100% deserve it, and you have the skill to be there. But you also recognize that everyone surrounding you also does, so it's not going to be easy.
I don't think playing on top boards ever gets any easier. I mean, maybe Doug has a different opinion on the subject, but having made them, I mean, I totally understand what's going through Dave's mind, and I think he's got the right attitude. The main thing is approach it. I'm there to have fun. And yeah, of course I'm not going to win it, but my main goal is to have a good time today, and I think he's got the right attitude, and I think he's going to have a good game if that's his attitude, regardless of what ends up happening.
Well, and I will live vicariously through you two, because I've not made a top board on a tournament. I've made one in our league, and that's the league is the grind of a tournament. I was watching the virtual WDC top board last night, and Doug was talking, you grind. This is a kind of a less of a grind, but you still have to perform. You have to get there, and it's not just one solo, because I don't think we had any solos in VDL. Time was tough. But to perform over the course of a season is very difficult, and targets on your back when you're near the top. So, he deserves to be here, and I'm looking forward to. I mean, I was thinking about it. Obviously, wrote it down, and we'll get some of those quotes as we go through the game. But I was thinking of, with the 3 winners of the tournaments. I didn't want to call him chum, but I'm like, well, we'll see how it comes out. So I'm rooting for him. We'll see how it goes. So. All right. The map is up. We're ready to go. All right. So we're going to do a little east and west. Who wants to be where first? Paper, scissors, rock?
The west is too much fun. I have to take it from you.
Okay. All right. So we got you organized on the screen. We are ready to go. All right. So wait, as I've been asking all game long, who do you got? Sean?
Oh, it's so difficult at an early point of the game like this, but I'm really pulling for Morgante or possibly even Liam sleeping in the corner. If he can make it through the early to mid game, I think Liam has a solid chance, because I think there's a possibility for a lot of tension on this board in other places.
Excellent. Adam?
It's hard to bet against John. He's up in England. He's going to be hard to take out. He's played solidly and top almost all the boards he's been on through the league play. So, if he doesn't attract early attention, I think he's got a great shot.
Adam, I think you and I were on one of those broadcasts together, and we kept saying out loud, our heart is with someone, but our money is on John. And that's been the story. If you didn't say him, I was going to say it. My money is on John. My heart may be with Dave. So, but I'm the host and I'm unbiased. So we'll go to the first order. So without further ado, spring 1901. Let's start in the West, because that is where it starts. Siobhan.
All right. I mean, right off the bat, there's nothing terribly surprising happening in the West. You see the French go to MAO and Spain and Picardy. Fine. The English army in Liverpool goes to Yorkshire, which is completely normal. And the Germans do some very standard things. Nobody's terribly worried. And the only thing that jumps out, this is veering a little bit into Adam's territory, is the move to Tyrolia on the part of the Italian.
Yeah, and that's something you would expect to see in this kind of game. Strong players often prefer to move to Tyrolia than to do a more passive Venice hold or something along those lines, especially if there's no agreement about Trieste in 1901. There's just more things you can do from Tyrolia than you can from Venice, and it opens up the door to negotiating with a lot of powers once you're there, right? France is interested in, are you going to Munich? Austria and Russia and Turkey are interested. Are you going for Trieste? Are you going for Vienna? So it really just opens the negotiations. The East is pretty interesting, right? We don't see bounces in either of the places where you would often see bounces. Nobody goes to Galicia, and only the Turks go to the Black Sea, but they don't couple that with a move to Armenia. So not super anti-Russian, but also a place where Turkey is probably happy to be earlier in the game because it gives some opportunities. Ed does opt to go north into St. Petersburg, and sending a clear message like, hey, maybe this isn't going to be John's game to have his way with early on. But I think Ed is also, playing to the style that we see him play, which is building early trust with his neighbors. If he told Austria, hey, I'm not going to Gal, he told Turkey, hey, I'm not going to the Black Sea, followed through with it, right? And this is how you build trust in games, and this is super important. What happens in 1901, and telling the truth and setting up a reason for somebody to trust you by saying, "Hey, I'm going to leave myself open. If you do it, you do it, but that's not where I want to go," and then following through. It's really powerful.
Yeah. And just real quick before we move on, I see a couple questions in the comments from Jonathan and Eber. Yes, this game is time limited. There will be no year after 8:15 Central Time.
So, and the other comment that I loved in there was Austria wearing the UT shirt. Did that help to avoid the bounce in Galatia?
To make friends with Ed, that was a solid plan. And if I ever find myself on a board with Ed, you best believe I'm buying myself a UT shirt.
No, there you go. So does the way Ed played it, does Ed get to come out and, I don't want to say dictate the terms, not in a strong way like you better go along with me, but he has bought so much freedom in his earlier games from being the great ally? Does he come out to both Austria and Turkey and say, this is how I want to play it? Not together, but this is how I want to play it. Do you read it like that, or what do you think?
But Heike, he's got a Turk in the Black Sea. He's got to make some guesses. I mean, this is, it's not an optimal position going into fall 1901 for him. So, a lot of it's going to be about trying to persuade both of those guys over there that that he's the one they should be working with and not the other. But they've both got opportunities, and they've got an opportunity right here to go for Stev, try to work together with that Austrian in Budapest and the Turkish units to kick him out of Rum. And so who knows?
And then the last follow-up, Shimon, is more the Tyrolia. We have not seen a lot of Tyrolia in this VDL season. A lot of holds, a lot of opening to Trieste. Do you see any change in the Key Lepanto style because it's a top board?
I mean, yes. I mean, I love being in Tyrolia as the Italian. It forces everyone to talk to you. You've got a lot of play in a lot of places. You're forcing the German to make a choice between swinging for Belgium or covering Munich. You've got play on either Vienna or Trieste, and you have the possibility to become a real power player. And, you leave France alone. I don't love being in Piedmont as the Italian, and I'd rather not hold if I don't have to.
All right. Well, then let's see where we go. And I know the East was more interesting, so let's stay in the East. Adam.
Yeah, so we do see the Italians go to Trieste. That certainly looks like it may have been an agreed upon move, given that Austria didn't even make an attempt to cover Vienna or trying to cover Vienna or Tyrolia, Vienna or Trieste. It's interesting to see that they don't support themselves into Greece, but rather opt to move into move into Bulgaria to either cut the support for maybe a convoy to Rum, or if Bulgaria goes in, then giving themselves the opportunity to follow in after the Turks and get that elusive 3 builds. It'd be very interesting to know what negotiations went into that. That could have been agreed upon with the Turks. It could have been agreed upon with the Russians. It could have been agreed upon with both, and everybody knew that they were thinking about doing that because it looks good from pretty much every perspective. So it's a pretty slick play in that. Certainly, the Ukraine to Galicia move is suggestive of some sort of collaboration between the Russians and the Turks, or lack of trust on the Russians' part, rather than covering Sev or supporting Rum. It does look like, I'm trying to figure out exactly why the Serbia to Bulgaria bounced, and I'm having trouble.
So the order is Bulgaria to Romania through the Black Sea, and then
supporting it, he tried to convoy, thinking that
convoy around it, and the bounce, I believe, will put the orders up, but I'm just trying to look without cheating here.
It's a 1-on-1 because Romania didn't do anything, right?
Yep. So there it is. So yeah, Bulgaria to Romania, Black Sea convoyed such, and then Khan supported Romania to Bulgaria, East Coast.
They swapped Bull and Rum by using the convoy to get around.
Because it succeeds.
Strange.
Wow.
It succeeds. So this was RT. This is RT planned.
Wow.
Which makes sense in Ukraine to Galatia.
That certainly changes the analysis around the Austrian moves, but that's a strange tactical play, putting the Russian fleet into Bulgaria. I mean, maybe the goal is to pop it next year from Bulgaria and still give them a build in this year. I've never seen that before, so it's very interesting.
I mean, yeah, I see in the comments the new version of the Sevcon swap. I mean, this is the rum ball shuffle, I guess.
Yeah, very unusual. Cool.
Right.
Otherwise, we've got the Italians, taking Trieste convoying to Tunis, and the Russians walking into Sweden in the east side of the board. Also interesting to note that they did not go for Norway. They opted to move St. Petersburg to Finland, thereby leaving themselves open St. Petersburg for a build.
And getting 2 builds because no bounce in Sweden, right, Siobhan?
No bounce in Sweden. Great turn for Ed all around. But I mean, back in the West, you see, not too much from Dave Roberts in France. He's picking up Iberia. Does choose to go to Spain's south coast, which I don't often see the fleet dropping there this early. But elsewhere, John Anderson is having some trouble making friends. The unit in Tyrolia forced the German to cover Munich, thereby not having to get into the fight of who's getting support into Belgium, which I think if I'm Tanya, maybe I even asked Morgante to go to Tyrolia, said you can go somewhere else with it. I'm just going to cover Munich so I don't have to get in that fight. I've done it myself. It's a great way to get out of that request for support if you don't want to be a part of it. So brilliant if that's what happened. And the Germans and the Russians look like they're going to get on famously.
Yeah, I'll also comment about the moves around Iberia with the French fleet going to south coast rather than taking Portugal. That's a statement, certainly, and it's not committing to anything, but it's certainly sending a statement as to, hey, England, don't worry about me. And Italy.
And if you're the Italian, you're less happy about it. So we'll see where that goes.
I also just, again, want to, I don't want to belabor the point, but I want to just, again, highlight how unusual the Russian-Turkish opening is. It's really, it's not often we see things in 1901 that are so far removed from, completely new in a way that's.
I have never seen this.
I was just going to say, we'll have to go to the openings database to see how many times, if ever, this was done. This is fantastic. So we're showing where we are going into the build. So based on the alliances, what do you expect out of Russia, Adam?
I wouldn't be surprised to see a North Coast fleet and an army in Warsaw. I also wouldn't be surprised to see 2 armies like Moscow, Warsaw, or something like that. But I'm expecting that he left St. Pete open with the goal of building a fleet up there. He doesn't have a lot of reason not to. So if there's a fleet in St. Pete, the army goes in Moscow or Warsaw, I guess.
And what about Dave Roberts? He picked up his 2 guarantees, no real threat anywhere. Where does he commit?
I mean, I think he has to build a fleet here. Double army is just not in the cards, and neither is double fleet, by the way. Yep. The question is where does he put it? Is he willing to commit one way or another? Because despite that fleet being in south coast of Spain, it can just as easily flip back to MAO as it dropped down there. So whether the fleet goes in Brest or MAO or in Marseille will be very, very telling.
Okay, well, let's see. Well, he went north, so we've got the army leaving Paris empty, army fleet Brest, no fleet north coast in St. Petersburg, 2 armies. The German builds expected. We didn't talk about the Italians, but 3 fleets. We can kind of talk about splitting the forces. Maybe we'll see, and I think Morgante would be a fantastic interview to get here. But what's most striking about these, Adam?
Well, I think the Russians not building in St. Pete is surprising, but again, I said I wouldn't be totally shocked to see 2 armies. I'm a little bit surprised to see one of them in Sev, given that it looked like there was a good relationship with Turkey. But on the other hand, maybe you don't want to leave yourself completely vulnerable, and that's really what that's all about there. In terms of the North. Fleet in St. Petersburg is pretty committing, and right now he's leaving options open, right? You could drop into the Baltic and move Finland to Sweden and attack Germany. You could still attack Norway by moving Moscow north to cover St. Petersburg. So I think it's, he's leaving out for himself some optionality up there depending on which way the wind's blowing. In the south, it's pretty interesting, and I really don't have a lot of sense of what the dynamics will be, and I'm looking forward to hearing from our sideline correspondents to hear a little bit more about what's been going on in the negotiation.
Excellent. And Siobhan, anything about Fleet Brest and Fleet London?
It's not terribly surprising. It's telling me that there's some strain in their relationship, but I think it's completely workable still to this point. I believe John has bigger issues to worry about with Tanya than he does with Dave Roberts, and can easily go to Dave and just say, you know what, you've got those 3 Italian fleets. Just you go that way, I'll go this way. If we can help each other, we will, but otherwise, let's leave each other alone.
Well, then, all right. So, sorry. Well, Adam, I'll let you get to it as I set it up, but should we go to the sideline report before the interview then? Do you want to hear that?
Yeah, let's do that.
All right. So, sorry to cut you off. Go for it.
No, go.
Let's do it.
Move on.
I'm here with Doug Moore. I am Brandon Fogel. We are doing the sideline reporting for today's VDL Top Board. Hello, Doug.
Hello, Brandon. It's good to see you.
You too. All right, let's dive right in. You are following the West for this first period. And why don't you tell us your general observations or something specific stood out to you?
As they started this game, there was just a whole lot of jockeying for who is going to be an ally for somebody else. No one really wanted to commit to a super firm plan in spring 01. And, straight away, France and England DMZ'd the channel. And then it was a lot of like, well, we'll wait and see. I will say that there was some definite conversation around Burgundy that took a long time between Tanya and John. And, there was a lot of skepticism from John and Dave toward Tanya, like, oh, come on, she's the best player on this board. So there was a lot of consternation and concern by them.
So John was pushing that line as well, that Tanya was a better player than him?
Yep, for sure.
Nice. And then you were telling me just now that John had a specific reaction to Ed opening north with Moscow. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, it was interesting. It was obviously impacted by what happened in France, with France going to Picardy and with Italy going to Tyrolia. But his reaction was to ask France for support into Belgium, which was very notable. I didn't really see that coming from where the negotiations were.
And he didn't get it in the fall, as our viewers will have already seen. This is how the fall moves turned out. I can tell you that I overheard a conversation between Ed and John, where John asked pretty strongly for Ed to move that army back down to Livonia. Ed had said that he would not bounce him in Norway and said that he wanted to move it to Finland. And John asked him to move it back to Livonia, which clearly didn't happen. Okay, over in the East, a lot of fascinating conversations here. The one that really stands out is Liam and Ed. Their first negotiation, Liam came right out the gate and proposed this exact set of moves that they actually ended up following through with, which got Ed's fleet into Bulgaria and the convoy from Bulgaria into Romania. Very clever. Allows those two to switch places. Ed is a big risk here, and other players pointed this out, including Karthik, who has done a lot of wheeling and dealing, offering very specific, detailed proposals to all 3 of his neighbors, trying to get an alliance. And the one thing that Karthik did, which really impressed me here, is in his negotiation with Ed, he recognized the problem and the danger of the coordination that Ed and Liam might be showing, and he asked Ed for support from Serbia into Bulgaria. And why I really like this is because it puts Ed on the spot and forces him to show his cards. If he gives the support, then Liam knows he's on his side. If he doesn't, then he knows he's not. And Karthik has his answer now. One last thing here, the move to Trieste was not agreed upon. It was specifically asked for and rejected by Karthik.
Well, that's interesting, Brandon, because also Morgante went to Tyrolia in direct opposition to what he had told Tanya. So that's 2 moves in a row where Italy has misled a neighbor, and that could have some long-term repercussions.
Yeah, and on that note, I overheard a conversation between Tanya and Morgante in which Tanya asked him, this is in spring of 1901, Tanya asked specifically whether Morgante was going to open to Tyrolia, and he said no, and Tanya said, and I quote, I am very glad you're not Chris Brand right now.
Nice.
Nice. Well, he did go to Tyrolia, didn't go to Munich, and such as it is. Okay, that'll do it for our Winter 01 report. Doug and I will see all of you again very shortly.
Wow.
Holy
Okay.
cow.
It's fascinating that's what Liam pitched to Ed from the start of the game. I mean, that's such an unusual play, and some players might not react very well to being asked something like that, and so very fascinating, and that's the way they ended up going. I thought Brandon's point towards the end about Karthik working really hard to pin people down. Will you give me this support? Really agree that that's a very powerful technique, and hopefully plays out well for him. Though he might be facing an RT right now, so we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, and the other thing that jumped out to me was one of the last points I made before we went to that sideline report was thinking how beautiful would it have been if Tanya had set up the whole move to Tyrolia to get out of having to get into the Belgium fight. And here we are hearing that in spring of 01, Morgante lied to Tanya about or at least went back on some version of his words with Tanya about Tyrolia, and then did the same with Karthik in the fall. And we'll see what he's trying to do here and where he's trying to get his influence, but that could be damaging to his reputation on this board.
Well, I think from the perspective of Morgante and Karthik's reputation, though, there was no Army Venice build. There were 2 fleets went down. He convoyed into Tunis. You sort of have to take that in stride, right? I mean, there's not a lot you can really do and say, okay, I'm annoyed you did this, but don't BS me in the future, and let's do what we do now. And I don't think there's much else you can do there, right? I mean, if you're going to turn around as Austria when you have what looks like a well-coordinated RT, you're going to be pretty screwed, right? And so he has no choice but to work with Morgante, and probably to allow Morgante to be the senior partner in the short run.
Well, let's hear how Morgante thinks that was going to play out if he was planning that from the beginning. Let's hear his interview with Siobhan.
Hi, Morgante. Thank you so much for joining me today.
Thank you for having me. Excited to talk with you.
Yeah, so I hear that you guys just finished up power selection. How did that go for you?
Good. I was the 2nd seed, so I had a fair amount of choice in where I wanted to go. Chose to go in the middle of the pack a little bit to see how the board was laying out, and then went for Italy as my choice. Perhaps surprisingly, but yeah.
I mean, why did you decide to take Italy? I noticed that John Anderson, Tanya Gill, and Ed Sullivan all picked before you, and I saw some of those selections. Were those choices what really impacted your choice?
They impacted mine a little bit, and then I didn't really want to be in the West with, I think, John Anderson up in England, and that all looked a little bit scary. And then the other thing that really impacted it was, I just won a pretty large championship last month, so I'm assuming there's going to be a little bit of a target on my back, and I think Italy is a good country to be in where people really can't attack you out of the gate very aggressively and all gang up on you. So I think I'll have a chance to survive and work some diplomacy here.
Yeah, 100%. We were talking about that a little bit in the back room, the broadcasters and I, that you did win a big championship recently, and are you nervous that that's going to make you a huge target? Do you think that other players are thinking about that too?
Certainly nervous about that. I think some players have even told me as much, that they're like, oh, you're a big shark, we're worried about you. So we'll see how that goes. So trying to, but there's no rookies on this board either. So hopefully everyone is known as a shark here.
Absolutely. So a few players are nervous about playing with you. Are you nervous about playing with anyone specific on this board?
I'm nervous with John. I think he always has just a way to work this magic of working everyone's strings across the board. So we'll see what happens there. And I'd say I'm also pretty worried about Ed's ability to just get people to work with him really effectively. So we'll see if I run into a classic Ed Sullivan alliance against me at some point.
Yeah, 100%. Ed does have a reputation for being a very strong alliance player. And, is that something you're thinking about, trying to team up with Ed and be his alliance?
Something I could definitely think about. Ed and I have allied once before,
Mm-hmm.
where he ended up having the top end of that alliance at the end. But happy to work with him. But really happy to work with anyone here. I like that Italy has that flexibility of working with almost anyone on the board, really.
Yeah, 100%. And I love the idea that you're coming into this without necessarily like exactly what I want to do. You're willing to let the game develop around you. That being said, though, it's always good to come in with a little bit of a plan. Do you have a strategy coming into this game?
I wish I had more of one, but it really is to see how things work, survive a little bit, talk to people, see what diplomacy I can work out to have something that works for me. I'm not going to have any sort of preconceived notions of how I'm going to play it. Probably play a little bit cautiously to start. I'll say that's what I did as Turkey on the last championship board, and it worked out. So maybe just take that same strategy here as well.
Awesome. So I've asked you who you're nervous about playing with. Is there anyone you're excited to play with? Maybe someone you haven't played with before?
Yeah, I think I've played with everyone here before. They've all played quite a few games, of course. I think I'm happy to work with Liam. He's somebody I've never really allied with, but we've had some good working relationships of talking before. And Karthik is also another player I respect a lot that I'm looking forward to playing with.
Awesome, fantastic. This is such a heavy hitter board, and I've come into a lot of top boards like this, but something that really struck me from the power selection is that France was chosen 6th. You've done a couple of Paris selection methods. Did that surprise everyone on the board as well?
Well, it certainly surprised me. I can't say everyone else's reactions because I think sometimes people shy away from France because they don't want to be targeted or anything. But France really is incredibly powerful. I actually was thinking if I should take France or take Italy. It was one of the two. And if I would say if I hadn't had a top board just before this, I would definitely pick France. It's just such a powerful country to play with. And I'm not really sure why people shy away with it. Maybe it's just the sight of John Anderson up there in England scared people away from it.
That's entirely possible. And I find it really interesting that you say that recent success is what made you want to pick a country that's perhaps perceived as less powerful. So you're starting to think about this long-term game as you've been playing these tournaments over the course of the last year.
Yeah, I mean, especially I think it's all really one big tournament. People know who you are. People, especially with DVM, people see your games before as well. So I'm really trying to, especially with Ed promoting beforehand, like Morgante is always really big and powerful. I'm like, okay, let's pick something that looks small and not so scary. And France can very quickly, because it's a powerful country, look very powerful.
Well, fantastic. I think I've taken up enough of your time, and I'm actually off to talk to Ed next, so I will ask him about what he's been saying about you being powerful and a great player. Before I let you go, is there anything you want to say?
No, just looking forward to everyone and really good luck for a good game. I think all of us would deserve to win here, so hopefully it works well.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for your time. Best of luck to you today, and I look forward to watching the game.
Thanks.
No surprise from the most recent champ.
Yeah.
Target on the back. So we'll see how he plays it. He's got to be a little more deceptive. I think in virtual WDC he was able to hang back a little bit. But is Italy, you got to make a move. I know they talk about can't sit there. You got to get your 5th. Well, he's got his 5th. So let's see if he can get the 6th and 7th and 8th. Spring 1902. The East is where it's been, but let's start this in the West. Siobhan.
I think John Anderson had a choice to make about who he was going to react to. He saw the 2 fleets from Tanya in Germany and decided to drop into Helgoland. That has, however, sacrificed him the English Channel and France pushing back up to the MAO, which does tell me, in fact, that Morgante and Karthik have figured out some of their differences and I'll let Adam talk about what they're doing in the east. A lot of red arrows for Tanya around Scandinavia and the like, but still a great position for her. I think she's got a lot of tactical and strategic play ahead of her, and we'll see what happens next. But I mean, Dave Roberts, well done.
Yeah, just one quick comment about the German moves. I think the choice to go to Skag, rather than supporting oneself into Helgoland or supporting oneself into Baltic is quite fascinating, actually, because if that move works, it's sort of the most equivocating of moves that Germany can get. It's sort of anti-Russian because it puts 2 on Sweden, but on the other hand, do you really want to knock the Russian out of Sweden and let them retreat to Baltic? So it's also sort of anti-English because you can attack the North Sea with 2 or work with the Russians against Norway. So it's a pretty interesting choice. Obviously, in this case, John had his own ideas about what he wanted to do. But I find that really fascinating because this Spring 02 position is a super common one for Germans. And you do have to make that decision. Am I going to go to Baltic? Am I going to go to Helgoland? Am I going to go to Skag? What am I going to do? And so it's always really fascinating to see the thought process that leads to this kind of outcome. But I'm supposed to focus on the East, so I'll do that now. I think the most but staying to that point in the North, right? We see that the English are kicked out of Norway by Ed. They do retreat to St. Petersburg, but we'll see if that is something that lasts for very long. Meanwhile, Ed makes an interesting set of moves going to Ukraine and Warsaw, which is sort of an interesting choice here, given that it does show a lot of trust in the Turks. You have to wonder about whether Bulgaria was supposed to go to Constantinople here, and whether that was a misorder or that seems more likely than shenanigans on Ed's part from this kind of position. But that certainly does will cause some problems there, I think. Because it really will slow down their momentum in moving against the AI that seems to be nationally forming. So some meaningful stuff here.
Yeah, if it's AI versus RT, you need every bit of momentum you can get. Is that something that may flip an alliance that you think going forward? Oh shoot, I can't work with him.
Well, I think AI has the momentum right now. Whether that's something that they can maintain, I'm not entirely sure. And there remains lots of possibilities for shenanigans, right? This is still very early in the play of that, but I think the failure of Russia to go to Khan does really hurt things here, because I mean the flip side of that is Turkey could have just moved black into Khan, right? I mean, you really just lost an opportunity to have 2 units on the Aegean Sea. You've got Austria now in the Aegean. You've got Italy, who just bounced you out of the Eastern Med. This is a problematic position.
And Italy moving east, Marseille holds, Rome Mediterranean to bring the army back home likely, and France going north. Does that really open up a big chance for Morgante?
100%, I think it does. The fact that Dave is committing so much in the other direction with just 1 unit, Marseille holding to make sure there are no shenanigans, it's a fantastic opportunity for Morgante.
I would just add, I see some comments about whether that was some kind of a soft stab by Russia, but the reality is, if Russia is trying to actually sabotage Turkey, are you going to do that with those army moves where you leave Sev open and that kind of thing? I mean, anything's possible. That it was just a intended misorder to see what happens, but it's a momentum. It really hurts the momentum.
But that combined with, and I'm not trying to pick on him here, but now he needs to use both units up north to deal with St. Pete, because then it's like a negative. North is able to cut Norway, so they keeps that. So now a lot of his units are tied up just running around. Is this a bad turn for Ed, or just kind of seeing how things happen early on?
It's not great, but it's not. I mean, the trade of Norway for St. Pete is not really that harmful. I mean, I think they could end up swapping back right now, depending on how England decides to move, and he could end up retaking St. Pete depending on how England decides to move as well. So it ends up some tactical guesswork up there. So it's not ideal, but I'm less worried about the north, because even if you do lose St. Petersburg, it's a fleet. I mean, you'll get it back at some point, unless England starts to grow, which it looks like you've got France and probably Germany now all fighting England. So I'm not too worried about that. If I'm Ed, I'm more worried about how do I break through this bottleneck in the south, and I think that's a bigger problem for him right now.
So unanimous consent going into the fall reveal. FG stays together, AI stays together, and RT stays together. Any objections?
Nope. Poor John.
Hearing none, we'll see how John survives. Well, that'll be interesting. Start in the West.
I mean, it's not the worst. We knew that France was going to get into the Irish Sea. That was a foregone conclusion. There were some guesses around Wales, London, North Sea, and choices were made. And it's unfortunate that Dave didn't take a swing for London, given that I see what happened. But meanwhile, Dave he's taken all of his armies north. As expected, Morgante convoys the army back home. And Tanya's got some great movement this turn. Takes Belgium, takes Helgoland Bight, piffs an English unit. And Ed has decided that taking St. Pete back is more important than keeping Norway, which is a choice, I guess.
And with 2 units being destroyed too, he can rebuild them back home.
Rebuild, which is really unfortunate for Dave here.
Yeah, I was thinking that this is actually, this outcome of having units destroyed this way is hugely positive for John. He's going to be a tougher nut to crack because of those 2 rebuilds. The other thing I would say is, this whole circus that just happened in the West, let's not lose sight of whose benefit this all was to. And that's Tanya, right?
100%.
So,
yeah,
who ends up building after all of that? Who ends up in the catbird seat? And it's Tanya, and she didn't do a heck of a lot, right? She bounced in Skag, and her unit position was largely the same. But she ends up in Belgium, the home of all good things, and it gets to put another unit down. So that is, great patient play. In the East, we see now we got a convoy to Bulgaria. Great, we're making use of these convoys here. So Bulgaria finally does go to Constantinople as it's supposed to. So Ed makes the moves that he probably was supposed to make last turn. We're seeing Warsaw go back to Moscow, and again, this is one of those sort of questions we need to ask ourselves is, remember, it started in Moscow, right? And so now it's got to go back to potentially deal with that unit in St. Pete or help in the north. And so had that unit even just held or covered St. Pete, maybe we would be slightly happier.
The move to St. Pete was guaranteed the way that Ed did it, moving Norway, using Finland to support. And it's a fleet, so there's no need to cover Moscow. I'm a little confused by that.
Yeah, it's a fair point, Siobhan. I think that the move was guaranteed. Well, the move was not guaranteed because St. Pete to Norway, supported by the North Sea, potentially stands off. So I think it's probably a protection against that. I guess part of what I'm thinking is, did Moscow need to go to Warsaw to begin with? Maybe you wanted to move it, but was that the best place to put it anyway? And now you end up just going back. It's a little bit of wasted tempo.
Agreed.
Okay, so we've got Germany growing. We've got RT kind of back to it. AI making position on them. What do we have for builds? We've got some rebuilds with England. France didn't lose Belgium because that was blocked last time. So Germany gets the build out of there. And everything else was just a swap because it was open. So what do you build if you're Tanya?
She's got 1 build.
1 build, yeah.
Guess it has to be an army.
I don't know.
No, it doesn't. Kiel.
I'm not sold. I'm not sold on that. I'm thinking
you're right.
But I'm not sure. I mean, the question is France is not pulling, right? France didn't own Belgium. They just
correct. France is even.
Yep.
And lost nothing. England getting the rebuild.
2 rebuilds.
2 rebuilds is
Lost
huge
Helgoland
and
and
will.
St. Pete. Yep. Mhm.
I mean, my thing here is that'll slow Dave and France down significantly. And so, where does Tanya want to go next? Is she looking to pick up the rest of Scandinavia and be happy with that? Is she looking to begin a land war and maybe take advantage of the fact that France is going to get slowed down and not build soon from the English dots?
I'm going for Fleet Keel.
All right, and Siobhan?
Yeah, I'll stick with my initial. It's going to be an army, but Adam's probably right.
All right, well, let's see what it is, and we'll discuss John's builds afterwards.
Hey!
Siobhan wins that one, and 2 fleets on the on the eastern side of the aisle. So, yeah. I mean, is that the diplomatic? That was going to be my question before the builds. Is it depends on what Tanya puts down. Could John turn that into a, hey, Dave, it's taken us 2 years to really get on, but can we make this work now? I mean,
what breakdown in negotiation happened here that punishing Tanya, and also Tanya really, really wishes that was Fleet Kiel right about now. How did this break down so badly? Or is John just going to say, hey guys, keep me alive and I'll be the junior partner in a Western thing and we can figure something else out?
This is certainly a strong sell. I mean, I think that this is a good sell to Dave, and it's also not leaving himself completely open. I think the only other option was to build. I think Fleet London had to happen, and then whether the second one is a fleet or an army, depends on whether you want to be more defensive or more aggressive. And clearly, the fleet is the more aggressive build, and it says, hey, Dave, I mean, sure, you can get a dot off me this turn, but maybe if we push against Tanya together, we can do something here. And I think it's trying to send that message. And, I'd love to be a fly on the wall in that conversation.
Well, let's hear maybe what we have a sideline report. We're getting a lot of sideline reports today, even though Brandon had to come save my butt a little bit. He's still getting some work done. So let's see what they've picked up along this. We'll go for the sideline report and.
Hey, coming to you in winter of 1902. Looks like winter is just adjudicated. Just a couple quick things we think you guys would like to hear about. We'll start in the West with Doug.
Yeah, they spent a lot of time really talking about Belgium. And at the end of the day, that was an arranged move between France and Germany. And Tanya really made that the price of cooperation with France. And France didn't love it, but ultimately acquiesced to that request.
And John is really fighting for his life right now diplomatically. Is that right?
Yeah, I would definitely say so. And the interesting thing with that is all of Tanya's neighbors are using her as a bogey woman right now for their moves to sort of like cover for why they're doing it. Dave said, look, I'm coming after you. Like, Tanya, she's like she's whispering in my ear. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, I caught a little bit of a negotiation between Ed and John. John led it off by, this is in fall, John led it off by saying, was that all was the taking of Norway all Tanya, or was that your idea? And Ed just responded, Tanya.
It's interesting. The other thing that played a real factor in how the negotiations went was concern about the RT. And that is having a real impact on the other side of the board.
Yeah, and I've been monitoring the East. I can tell you guys that the RT is very much a thing. Bulgaria was supposed to move to Constantinople in the spring. And in fact, they had talked about doing another army fleet swap. So the army in Constantinople, from what I heard, was supposed to be convoyed to Bulgaria. Ed claims that it was a misorder. It appears to have been the case because he has followed up with the agreed upon orders in the fall, despite a pretty strong pitch by Karthik to get him to switch sides. And Liam, for his sake, has stuck with Ed instead of just taking what he can get. All right, that's it for now. We will come back at you when we have some more good stuff.
That's great stuff. I think a few things that are nice to confirm is that the stability of the RT. It's good to know that, because I think that was sort of where we all felt. But hearing that it was indeed a misorder in the spring is great to hear. The dynamic in the West is pretty fascinating. Hearing about the plans in Belgium, that was really the price. That Tanya offered for cooperation. It makes me wonder if Dave is going to keep his foot on the gas against England after making that agreement with Germany.
Yeah, 100%. And hearing that Tanya is being painted as the bogeyman of the West doesn't surprise me at all. She's a very strong player, and it tells me we still have a lot to see moving forward. So
I had to get a sip of my mug because this game is going
I
to
was
get
gonna
it.
say, I'm gonna need one of those.
We'll send you the link. So we heard John is fighting for his life. Should we hear from John?
Let's hear it.
All right, let's do it. Good afternoon. We are here after power selection with the number 1 seed going into it, John Anderson. John, congratulations on winning the league, the regular season league. Top board's coming up, so you've been on many before. How did you decide to keep your number 1 seed and choose first?
Well, thanks for having me, and I haven't won yet, so I may be number 1 now, but after today, I might drop down a little bit. So I think top boards were exciting when I was ranked 2 through 7, but since I'm already coming in number 1, I'm really not that excited for this game at all. So
I know. Oh, go ahead.
So I am a little nervous about it. So I decided to choose one because I don't know. I really there's kind of a curse with people that do choose number 1. I remember at Weasel Moot, Peter McNamara chose France, and he kind of got rushed in on. And that might happen with me here as England. So I got Ed Sullivan in France, I got Tanya in Germany, Dave in France, Tanya in Germany, Ed in Russia. So it could be an early game for me. But as long as my mic works and my internet's working, I should have a good time, and we'll see what happens.
We like your chances. We've been calling you the Babe Ruth of diplomacy this year with all these top boards. So was picking England more defensive strategy, or you don't know who your players are? A lot of times they say, oh, we'll pick the top board based on powers around us. You got your first choice. So play a little defensive to see how it shakes out.
Yeah, well, I thought about going Italy, but I do play England pretty well. And there's been kind of a meta going on, I feel like, in the league of a lot of EGs. And so I'm hoping to duplicate that. But, if I can't make it work out with Tanya, then hopefully I can get Dave on my side. And I like the EF as well. So, but yeah, it's mostly defensively. But with Ed, the problem is Ed is in France or in Russia, and he loves working the Eastern Triple. And so I wouldn't be surprised to see him open up to St. Petersburg and up the north and cause some problems. But I'm going to really
that was going to be my follow-up was going to be, okay, so everyone is Ed's best ally because Ed's never met an alliance he doesn't like up until now. Is he going to change his flavor today with the top board? And how do you see that starting over the top?
Well, Ed has a great relationship with everybody throughout the year, but when he comes to top boards, he can be pretty ruthless. So I'm going to try to tap into that on this board, remind people of that, and but hopefully try to get Ed on my side, even though I know he's got a whole army behind him. And I think Karthik was even wearing a Longhorns polo. So I got to be a little worried about that. But yeah, I'm going to try to get him on my side. My favorite alliance as England is to work with Russia, to a top of the world alliance. And so hopefully I can get Ed on board with that. But I feel like he already is going to have so many soldiers lined up behind him. It's going to be tough. I'm sure he's coming in with his own game plan, and it's going to cause me problems today.
Excellent. All right, last question about any other opponents on the other side of the board you're going to watch to see how that plays out to help you.
Yeah, I'd like to see Liam in the East. Hopefully he can sow some chaos. Too bad he's not like one of the Central Powers. Karthik, I really like and respect him. Morgante. There's just a lot of tough people on this board. My biggest dark horse is Dave, really. I feel like I think I think Dave is going to have a great game today. And then, of course, I've never actually played a game with Tanya, so that does kind of make me scared a little bit. So,
well, like you said,
I'm nervous about it.
There'll be a good rivalry, getting on the board and seeing each other for the first time. We'll look forward to it because you two have been at the top of, I think, both VDL and DBNI all season long. So we in the booth have a lot to look forward to. Any predictions? If it's not you, then who?
I'm gonna go with Karthik. I think he's gonna have a great game today, and I think Dave is my dark horse. That's
awesome.
But I'm not going to count anybody out. They're all really tough players. So
yeah, oh yeah, it's a stacked board, and we're looking forward to it. So, John, congratulations again on a fantastic regular season, and best of luck today in the match.
Thank you. I'll need it.
You'll be good. Thanks.
Alrighty. A lot of nerves all around going into this game, even from John Anderson, who's had such a dominating performance all season. And two players that he's not super familiar with next to him, which are, as we have seen recently, turning out to be a really interesting set of play.
I love to hear John's plan of interest in working with Ed and working with Russia and working with Germany. And I'm going to ask him at the end of 1902 how that's going for him.
Well, he did say it. I remember his post Weaselmoot interview, and everyone on the board said the same thing. Is he would just be whispering into everyone's ear, and he made mention. I'm going to remind everyone else that Ed's, not the great ally that you all think he is. So he was working his magic even before it started. But I agree with Adam. The first 2 years it doesn't seem to be working today, but it's not a 1902 game. It's longer than that. So. Yep. Here is where we stand going in, and last time I forgot to bring you up. So, all right, we go to 1903, and we'll keep the order, or keep the analysis for one more season, and we'll flip, and we'll start in the East this time. Adam, why don't you start us?
Sure. I mean, I think this is some bold play by Morgante right here, and I'm gonna creep a little bit into the West because Morgante has now just become a fork, and he's gone in two different directions, and it looks like perhaps successfully so. He's really set up to do some interesting things. How often do you see an Italian fleet in Syria that's not there by a dislodgement, right? But getting that third unit onto Smyrna with the help of the Austrians, while still sending some units up against Dave due to his being bogged down in the other side of the board. But looking into Russia, we again see that movement. Now we went to Warsaw, we went to Moscow. Now let's go back to Warsaw. Okay, well that army will find a place eventually. But there's some other interesting play, right? I think we see the attack on Serbia with the Turks supporting the Russians back down into Romania. So some interesting tactical choices there. They guaranteed, I guess, both Serbia and getting into Romania there with those moves. So really nice set of moves. Of course, they lost Galicia as a result, but I think that they're probably in a pretty defensible final position there.
Into the West.
To the West, great turn for John Anderson, despite being the junior power over there. Managed to defend everything, including the North Sea. He does lose Wales to the French convoy. I can't quite tell with all the arrows. What did London order?
Looked like ordered to the Channel.
Okay. So was unlikely to ever happen, but, just great defensive play. This is the thing about England and why you didn't want him to get those two rebuilds back at home right at that moment. Tanya does a whole lot of nothing. And that's unfortunate. She's really got no one to attack aside from John, but can't make headway there. Maybe with the help of the Russian coming back to Sweden, but
But Dave picks up. Dave will be able to not walk into, but force himself into Liverpool because there's no support on it from England. So John may have saved the North, but is going to lose one.
Oh yeah, he's absolutely going to be going down, but he's becoming a pain in the rear for the people that he wants to punish at this point. And, just at the very least, I don't like seeing unordered units. Kiel should at least be supporting Munich here. At least Holland supported Belgium. But do something.
If that's all we have to complain about Tanya's play so far, then she's doing okay. So,
That's fair.
so the alliances have all held. Oh, so Adam, you want to jump in?
Yeah, well, I'm just thinking about John's move of London to the English Channel rather than giving the extra support of Norway out to the North Sea. The only reason I see for London to the English Channel is to cut a support from England from the English Channel that might give the Germans into the North Sea. But supporting in this case actually might be the better move because it's sort of playing against that, right? Because it's either if it's convoying, then that move is useless. Which was really the only other thing it was going to do, unless you think that English is going to go to the North Sea, but that seems really unlikely with the German position. So maybe that wasn't the right move there. I'm not sure. What do you?
Yeah, I agree. I understand why he did it, I guess. It just, if you're not going to get into the channel, unless he thought that the German was supporting the French into the channel.
That seems really odd from that position that that would do it that way, right?
Yeah, no, it's. Yeah, no, I agree with you. Support the move into the north. Just real quick, there's also just a big guessing game around Spain and Marseille now, so Morgante has a chance to pick up one of those. And someone in the comments is saying, interesting choice of retreat from Serbia, that they would have chosen Trieste. Austria and Italy. I don't think I
that's
see
a fun
situation.
mix of colors. Yeah, that's a fun mix of colors down there.
Yeah, I mean, we just have to get more colors in the Austrian homeland. That's what we're doing.
Karthik, not like it.
It's interesting. I see some opportunities for Morgante, though. The fact that he's split his units is going to make, I think, his life difficult in the long run. Even though he might find a center in the West right now. He may need more units in the East.
Yeah.
It will be interesting. Karthik is in a tough position here. And if he can't break up the RT, he may have some trouble staying in this game for too long.
All right. Well, let's see. I mean, the fall. This is going to be right, and we do have one more sideline report. We're doing 3 in a row, so let's see how this plays out. In the East, there's a lot of red. So let's start in the West.
Okay, so France manages to take Liverpool. Liverpool goes to Wales. Wales goes to London. Is that what I'm seeing?
Oof.
Ouch.
Okay,
those were not the right moves.
That is brutal for John. What? London tried to support Liverpool to
I don't know. Could he have done anything else differently?
I think you want to go. I mean, London to Wales, supported by Liverpool. Well, then you can lose 2 that way too. I guess that you're guessing.
Yeah. Moving the army or the fleet. Yeah.
The reality is just holding means you're only going to lose 1. So actually, even just holding would have been a preferable option here, right?
Yeah.
The problem is you can sort of try to guess what they're going to do, but I mean, ultimately, you're not going to prevent yourself from losing 1 dot. I don't think there's a set of moves that protects you from because it's 3 on 2, right? So if you're going to go you can go all out and try to cut Liverpool and go send Wales to London, in which case that's guaranteed, or you can do it the other way. By doing this, you're really just opening the opportunity, if Dave guesses right, to lose them both, which is unfortunately what happens.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's just a really unfortunate turn for John, and there were no real right answers for him.
And loses Norway.
Loses Norway.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was complaining a bit last season that I saw a whole lot of nothing from Tanya. I am happy to report that I'm seeing a whole lot of something from Tanya. I have to imagine that Russia getting Norway and Germany taking Sweden is arranged. I can't imagine a situation in which it's not. And dropping down into Tyrolia to be a part of that very spread out Italian position is smart. Especially because the Italian did not, in fact, pick anything up from France.
Yeah. I just want to make one more comment about England because I'm seeing a comment here that says Dave won the 50-50. And I just want to point out it's not a 50-50. If England actually just holds both units, they only can lose one.
I think he's talking about the other 50-50 around Marseille and Spain. So Dave got lucky in the north and in the south, and it's just fantastic turn for Dave.
Yeah. I see. It looks like Morgante was expecting a self bounce in Marseille, or at least just covering for that possibility to make sure that Marseille is occupied and can't get a build there, which is ultimately successful because Burgundy just covers.
Yeah.
Yep. In the East, I think this is a fairly successful turn for Morgante. He does get Sweden. It's not a terrible turn for Austria does, the build ends up going to Austria, who is losing one to the Turks, so it's ultimately going to be a net even for everybody because Turkey loses one, loses Smyrna, gets Serbia, and so forth around. So the only one who's building in the East is going to be Ed, which is good for him. It puts him in a solid position moving into next year.
All right, so we've gotten through that. There was a lot more in the West than the East. Let's see, where are we on builds? So what do you think Morgante builds? Has dominance.
Does he have a build? Does he actually have a build?
He lost Trieste, gained
Smyrna.
Smyrna.
Lost Trieste. So I missed that. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, so Tanya has a build. France has two.
And Russia has a build.
Russia lost Sweden, though, and picked up Ank.
Norway.
But lost Sweden. Picked up Norway, lost Sweden.
They're at 7. They've got a build, which is probably got to be armies.
Actually.
I don't know where that province is on the board, Adam.
Yeah. Army Moscow, I think.
It's got to be Army Moscow. Tanya, I think, has to put a fleet down this time.
And Dave, surely Fleet Army.
Yeah,
surely. All right.
I think Liam is pretty much done here, isn't he? I think this is going to turn into an IR, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's definitely going to turn into a wintergreen and that FG.
The only problem with the FG is this is not going to be stable with only one English dot. So is France going to turn around rapidly, which I guess you sort of want to do with the Italian in that position, or is France going to just bolster their units up north and we're going to be able to see France and Germany fighting sooner rather than later?
Well, let's see the builds. Obviously,
Peter McNamara in the comments was correct when he called Army Sev.
Winner. And pulled Serbia seems to make the most sense. Fleet Army for France and Fleet Kiel, just like we picked. So I think the sideline report is going to help us out here. So let's hear about that, and then we'll come back and kind of follow up on these builds. So we'll get the last, and then we'll have a couple of years of straight orders, which will keep the flow going.
All right, sideline reporters, Brandon Fogel, Doug Moore, back for a quick Winter 03 update. Here are the moves as they played out in the fall of 03. We don't have retreats yet, so we're waiting for those. Just one tidbit from the East, which is starting to become pretty soupy. Morgante at the end of the spring turn with seconds running out, came to Liam in Turkey and told him to bounce him in Syria. So he had worked out that plan with Karthik, and then Morgante went to Liam and asked Liam to foil it for him. Liam was skeptical, thought there wasn't enough time anyway, and they didn't get it switched. And this has obviously worked out to Morgante's benefit, at least as far as Smyrna goes. But Morgante spread out, doesn't get Trieste, or loses Trieste back to Austria. Okay, let's go to the West now. Doug has some information for us.
Yeah, it's been really interesting. This is a little bit of you reap what you sow. In the spring turn, Tanya had asked Ed to tap Norway, and he ultimately decided not to do that. And in their negotiation in the fall, he was like, okay, great, I'm going to take Norway right now. I'm going to go from St. Petersburg. And Tanya was like, no, you're not, because I'm going to Sweden. And he's like, well, why would you do that? It's like, well, I didn't get the North Sea and I needed your help. I'm sorry, I'm going to Sweden. So you have a choice. You can not get Norway or you can lose Sweden. And it was a really strong play by Tanya. I thought it was really interesting to hear that. And Ed was like, okay, I guess I'll go along with that. So there's some friction in the North going on. Tanya, her frustration with Ed was palpable in these conversations.
And then you've observed something about Dave's negotiation style. Is that right?
Yeah, Dave is interesting. He's been very cautious and paranoid about people coming after him, and he spends a lot of his time talking about that, which then it's interesting because it's kind of like a laid back, he's focusing on like the dangers around him instead of his opportunities, and it's kind of worked well for him for the course of the game. I will just say also to kind of close out, John, as he left one of the discussion rooms, he was like, geez Louise, what do I have to do in this game to get somebody to work with me? And then he kind of like sighed and was like, how is Tanya so good? So you could see, he was still fighting, but, he was not getting any love from any of his neighbors.
Yeah, it's hard to see exactly what's going to happen, but it wouldn't surprise me if people end up after this game wondering, how is Tanya so good? All right, Sideline Reporter signing off. We'll see you again in a little bit.
How is Tanya so good?
She's consistently negotiating from a position of strength, and she's attacking the negotiation as in, I'm in charge, I'm going to dictate the way this goes, and you're going to do this on my terms. That's what I'm hearing, at least from the sideline reporters, and it's working very effective here. The question is, in the long run, if this game becomes a three-way race between France, Germany, and Russia, what is the dynamic of that going to play out? And is she going to have that long-term or longer-term ally who's willing to ultimately see her come out on top of this board? And so that's really what I'm looking for here. Does she have the relationships that are necessary to ultimately be the one who the rest of the board selects to win this game? Because that's what's going to ultimately happen on these top boards when it comes down to a few players. It's going to be a kingmaker situation.
Yeah, I 100% agree. And, there was a little bit in there about some frustration that Tanya had working with Ed recently. And how does that help us transition from early to solid mid-game and relationships that come out of that? So I'll be really interested to see how this moves forward.
Well, we know that Tanya and Ed will have a little time together, so we'll get to their interviews. But when we did John last time, he had a terrible turn. So I'm hoping I'm not going to do the same and jinx Liam by throwing him up there. But he looks to be in a tough spot right now. So let's hear what Liam has to say, and we'll come back and move on. And we are here with Liam Stokes. Liam finished 7th in the regular season, so worked his way into the top board, but not his first top board. He was also at my hometown's Weaselmoot, so we're glad to see he made it back. Welcome. Congratulations, Liam.
Thanks, Kevin. Good to be here.
Excellent. What are you looking forward to most today?
Oh, it's a board full of a lot of good players, and I'm just kind of wanting to see how the games over the year have kind of shaken up now to this, and just to see where everything ends.
Excellent. So you finished 7th. You had no choice of where you had power selection since everyone went above you. And you were forced with Turkey, which I may add that Morgante was forced with Turkey at the virtual WDC a month ago and came out on top. So what are you thinking?
Obviously hoping for a repeat of something similar to that, but he's also on this board. So there's another layer there for sure.
And possibly in your sphere. So with him being in Italy, what are you thinking as far as your initial alliances? Do you have any? You've got Ed Sullivan ahead of you and Morgante ahead of you, and I forget if Karthik I think is Austria.
Karthik is in Austria, yeah.
So what's the initial as you saw the players choosing their powers? Were you saying ooh or ooh? What do you think?
A little bit of both. There was a handful of people who dropped in choice, whether they wanted to be away from somebody or next to somebody, or just wanted the tiebreaker. Their motos might be a little different depending on who it is, but it was interesting to see. I figured I'd end up in the East somewhere, but it was close. Came down to France and Turkey, so in the last two picks.
Unbelievable that France fell as far as it did, but
I think Dave got himself a bit of a gift horse on that one.
We'll take it. But I like playing Turkey, so especially if you can survive that early onslaught, maybe the comeback.
Yeah, I think that's the key for me, is mainly just to find somebody who wants to work with me. And if I can't find anybody, make somebody. That's kind of what my attitude going into it is.
I like it. So, as I mentioned, Ed Sullivan just to your north. Ed is everybody's favorite ally. So how do you become the ally as opposed to one of your neighbors?
Well, Ed and I definitely have a past, and we've worked well together before. We have had an occasional bump or two, but I mean, like you said, Ed is everybody's ally. He's what everybody wants to be with. But it does come to a point where you can't be everybody's ally. So, and he knows that, and he knows that he has to make a choice. And it's just presenting the case that, he's a lawyer. He understands arguments and facts, and or at least I should hope so. But it's just presenting the case that I'm the better ally, and that the position with me is a much better choice than with anybody else.
So who's the biggest threat on the board outside of yourself, of course?
Well, funnily enough, it might be Ed Sullivan, simply because of that factor, that if you just happen to not, you can present the argument as best you can, but if you aren't the best choice, he won't pick you. And that can be scary if you think you're with him, and then you start to see the dots lining up the way they are, and the hammer comes down.
So to get out of your sphere first, that's goal number one, and see where it goes.
Goal number one is to get to 5, and from 5, I think I can ride out any storm. But it's just getting to whoever wants to give me that 5th build is who I want to work with.
Excellent. Awesome. All right. So last question as we let you go to the game. So if not you, then who?
That's a tough question. I mean, I was with John at Weasel Mooton, and he won there. Morgante's just recently won. It'd be nice to have somebody who hasn't won something yet. Tanya, I know, won Boston, I believe. And so it'd be nice to see perhaps Karthik or Dave or Ed or somebody who hasn't won yet to take the crown and get into the DBNI.
Ooh, the DBNI. So that was going to be my follow-up on that. Is you and Dave are the lowest 2 in our rankings today. So is that a little added pressure to speed up the match a little bit for your gains?
I mean, it's certainly in the back of my mind that this, while this is the final for VDL, it's still not the final the final tournament. So it's another chance between today and Cascadia in a couple of weeks to get in. So I'd love to wrap it up early and not have to rely on Cascadia, but we'll see how it goes.
An automatic win, an automatic berth with the win today would be what it calls for, right? So
exactly.
We'll wish you the best. Good luck, Liam, and thanks for taking some time. Kevin. We'll hopefully chat with you in the winner's circle later.
Perfect. Yeah, we'll see you around.
All right, take care.
Bye.
That's one of the things that I found really fascinating about that was the perspective of mystique around Ed Sullivan being sort of the people's choice and the one that we can trust to work with on our alliance. And I'm frankly reminded of a face-to-face player from about 15 years ago who had a long string of games where they were in one of the top couple places on the board in the draw in like a 40 or 50 game stretch, and because they didn't stab their ally, they had their ally through the game or 2 allies through the game, and always do this. And there were games where this person was on the board where really the opening negotiations were about, I want to be this person's ally and I'm working towards that. It was a wild dynamic that went on for some time with this person. Siobhan, you know who it is. I'm not going to call out names on the air, but it was a very interesting situation. And there's a little bit of that mystique around Ed that I'm seeing now.
No, yeah. And just real quick, it strikes me this year with VDL, watching how quickly we went from some sort of free-for-all games in the beginning of the virtual games to a real concern over long-term reputation as a player in this game. And that's something that face-to-face players have been contending with for years, and the VDL crowd got that lesson very quickly. And people, reputation matters, image matters, and people want to be seen a certain way.
Well, we've made it to 1904, so let's switch up the analysis here. We'll throw Adam into the West, and we'll start with Adam in the West. So what do we see?
Yeah, I think the thing that you immediately notice is that it does look like Dave is throwing his lot in with Tanya. And that's going to be really meaningful here in terms of how this plays out. The other point is that he's making aggressive moves against the Italian. And Tanya is making those moves against the German, but she really just doesn't have the armies right now to send east in full force.
Yeah, I mean, the Italian Morgante is absolutely going to have some issues from France very quickly and is trying to pull a fleet back, but I don't know if it's fast enough. Does manage to take Marseille this turn, so that's great. But meanwhile, the Turk gets back up to 4 dots, 3 dots. 1, 2, 3, 4. Gets his 4th again, which is exactly what Liam said. Get me to 4 dots, and then I'll go from there. So, Liam, your time has come. Let's go. But meanwhile, the Austrian takes Bulgaria. I mean, this is not a bad place for Karthik to be in the end. We were a little worried about him last year, and I think he's actually got a lot of potential to grow much quicker than anyone thought might be possible.
He could be building 2 this year. I mean, he could be building off Bulgaria, and he could potentially take Serbia in the fall, depending on how things, play out. I think 2 things that I note that are really interesting is, number one, that Liam dislodges Ed from Ankara, and Ed does retreat that unit, does not disband it. I think that's interesting.
Very.
Also interesting is that it looks like that Ed and Morgante are coordinating, given the walkout of Warsaw into Prussia and Galicia into Silesia. It's very easy to have seen him supporting Galicia to Silesia, but instead he makes the even more aggressive move of moving to Prussia himself. That's showing some trust and belief that Morgante sees it in his interest and not, poking around at Russian dots.
Is the one the self bounce in Vienna, is that going to slow down Austria moving up there? Do you really want to be on that line, or were you just worried that maybe Turkey doesn't pull back home?
I think you want to leave open the opportunity to force Serbia in the fall. So I don't see a huge problem with that, right? I mean, obviously you usually would rather be moving your units around, but it's sort of a precaution, because if the German does take a shot at Vienna and you're down in Serbia, then you can't retake it in the fall, and it could be an irritating position. It wasn't super likely that Tanya was going to do that, but I certainly can appreciate the desire to say, hey, I'm going to protect in the spring and play a little bit more aggressively in the fall.
I was thinking more of a force Budapest into Vienna with support from Trieste, knowing you still have a Russian ally. Do you think you not have a Russian ally in Romania?
I don't want to play. I don't want to play my cards. I don't want to, leave open too many possibilities there. And again, I think the goal is ultimately getting into Serbia in the fall. And since when does Austria have a Russian ally, by the way?
They've been
when in this game has Austria been getting along with Russia, right? I mean, they might not have been directly, super aggressive, but there's all been signs of them not necessarily being on the same page versus Liam and Ed, who have been working together from the beginning.
Well, let's assume RT is dead as we get into this next turn. They've been fighting over Ankara. Russia has to pick up with someone. Is he only picking up with Italy, or does Austria fit in that pair? That's what I want to look out for. So, and in the fall, they are allies. So, Siobhan, why don't you get us through the East?
Yeah, there's a lot of coordination happening in the East. Austria does, in fact, pick up Serbia as expected. What's jumped out to me immediately was Venice supporting Trieste to Tyrolia. Because one of the big questions in my head was, if Austria does manage to get both of these dots, how is he going to open up his home centers? And now Karthik has 3 home centers open for any builds he wants moving forward, which is just not really what I saw coming, but I love it.
Karthik is back in this game. I mean, he's a player. He's a player right now.
This is huge. I mean, Karthik will be at 6 at the end of this year, and that is just massive. Puts him 1 behind the current board leaders. Will be 2 behind Tanya when all is said and done.
He's never been above 4. He's been at 4 since 01. This is a huge breakout.
And is it just going to be 2 armies? Or do you think there's any argument to be made for building a fleet, as Peter McNamara is begging for?
I don't think you build a fleet here. I mean, I understand Peter's Peter's enthusiasm, but I think you're not ready to go all that, making all that commitment that's going to make make Italy flip out. Maybe you do want to attack Italy, but get yourself into Venice with France's help and then build the fleet next year.
Well, Adam, so let's transition to the West. Might they need a fleet? Because with Turkey being gone and Italy's fleet still kind of hanging around back in Turkey, might you need another one quick?
Mm-hmm.
It's an argument. There's an argument there, but again, you're 2 fleets on 2 fleets. Bulgaria is going to come down into Aegean right away. Maybe I'm not sure that it's that dire yet, but you have 3 fleets down there. I mean, you have 2 Italian fleets and you have the Austrian fleet.
Well, and Italy is getting a rebuild here, let's recall, because Morgante did choose to disband Galicia instead of retreating into, for example, Warsaw, which was open, which I think is actually a really smart play here. Rebuild it at home, shore up your defenses, and keep the ally is most important, because I think the person who wins if Morgante pisses off Ed Sullivan is Carthage.
Well, look, I mean, Russia just lost Norway. If you are, as Italy, retreat into Warsaw, Ed's going to basically say, all right, I'm out of contention.
Mm-hmm.
And who am I picking? It's certainly not going to be Italy to be the one who I'm supporting here.
Carthage gets everything, and you've just got a massive Austrian board top that no one can do anything about.
And Tanya grows again, picks up Norway. France doesn't gain anything, retakes Marseille, but Italy has to go defend at home. So the biggest movers are Austria, Germany. Do we agree?
Yeah, I would also say, if ever a 2-center Turkey still was in this game, I would say that would be now, because nobody really has the means to do much about it. I don't think there's too many other things to worry about.
All right. Well, let's see. All right. So as we get to builds, we got the rebuild, which Army Rome. Army Rome. Okay. And then, all right. So what do we predict? Fleet or no fleet for Austria?
I want to see it, but I don't think it's going to happen.
Army Trieste, Army Vienna, but it's not out of the question.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And
Fleet
Rome.
Oh, and Fleet Rome.
Interesting.
So, I mean, if they were having the conversation about needing a fleet and whether it should be Italy or Austria who builds it, I don't hate it. Yeah, no, I get it.
You control the seas down there. Don't have to worry about Austria coming in behind. But that's just only one army. I guess Tyrolia can support Venice, and France wasn't building anything. Picking up Eddie, that'll be the question. If this is a race for the top, I mean, your ally Germany isn't just throwing you a dot because, we're good allies at this point. Eddie becomes a
point of contention.
Yeah, for sure. So, okay, all right. So we got to 1904. What do we think about interviews at this point? We still need to hear from Ed. We still need to hear from Tanya, and we need to hear from Karthik. What do you want to do? Want to do Karthik as we?
This Austrian resurgence is a great moment to hear from him, I think.
Welcome, Karthik. How are you today?
Doing well. How are you?
I am doing very well. I see that you got to pick Austria. Tell me a little bit about that. Are you excited?
Definitely. I really like to play Austria a lot. I think it's one of the stronger and more underrated powers on the map. It can certainly die quickly, but if it can survive past 1902, 1903, it's really in a great position to thrive. I enjoy playing it in this meta particularly. I think I've been a part of and also helped make the RA really popular. I think since the very first game I played on VDL, I've been very much in favor of DMZ in Galicia and going with an RA and possibly with an AI and seeing how that plays out, killing Turkey fast and then going from there. That's definitely what I'm going to try to do this game if I can.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that. So you are going into this game, it sounds like, with a pretty direct plan to try and work with Russia.
Yeah.
do you think the personalities of your neighbors will impact that plan, or do you think it will play into your nefarious plot?
Oh, definitely. I mean, like have worked with Ed, who I believe is Russian before, and like we got along well. I've worked with Morgante and Liam less so, but I do want to work with Morgante at least early game quite a bit. AI kind of works well in the early game to knock out Turkey. So that's definitely going to be an important part of my plans.
Mm-hmm. When you look at this board, and now you have the array of players, who do you think is your biggest challenge?
I think the biggest challenge will probably be from the north. If I had to guess, John Anderson and Tanya Gill will have an EG, which can pose both some boons and some issues, in that it will help keep my natural ally in check in Russia. But at the same time, it's very possible that they could overrun the map and I'd just be unable to ever catch up. It's also possible that Germany just comes streaming down onto the opposite side of the line, and that I'm just in a pickle, which would be unfortunate, but we'll see what happens there.
Well, I think you touched on something interesting with Morgante and Tanya. What do you think about France going so late in the power selection? I mean, I don't think I've ever seen France fall that fast.
Yeah, I think that's a response to the meta, that has arrived and VDL and evolved over time. Is that it seems to favor England and Germany aligning a lot. And then when you have an EG together, and then you often have Italy going to Piedmont, that creates a lot of issues for France and makes France a very undesirable power to play. So despite some of the innate strengths of France, it's possible that those innate strengths are so strong that they basically induced England and Germany to cooperate together to make sure that France never really gets out of the box.
Okay, understandable. What is your favorite power to play in diplomacy?
I'd probably say Austria or England are my favorite powers to play.
Mm-hmm. So you're playing one of your favorite powers. Do you think that impacts? Is it familiarity? Is it your experience getting large and good results? What makes a power your favorite?
Part of it is definitely the playstyle of the power. I think Austria is probably one of the more glass cannon-y type powers, in that if you can survive the early assaults on yourself, which I'm generally okay at, but anything can happen in a top board. If you can survive the early assaults and use diplomacy to induce people to focus elsewhere, then Austria is in a great position to take over the mid game, very close to the stalemate line, can push into Munich and Berlin and go for a solo off that. And I think I like powers that can go for a solo if they're in a good mid game position.
You've seen some of the top boards and been participating in the VDL for quite a while and the hobby now. What do you think the fact that this is a top board, will that impact your play or others' play? What do you think the impact and import of that will be?
I'll play like any other game. I play diplomacy to win, and I think that's the correct way to play diplomacy. Treat every game as an independent game and do as much as you can when possible. I mean, sometimes metagame considerations, I need to get more points than this person will influence me, but since it's the top board, we can play pure diplomacy on it. I think that will be a really nice way to play.
Okay. Any parting thoughts?
So for Ed, hook 'em horns, and then for everyone else, I hope that we have a really good game. I think this could be a great one to watch.
All right. Thank you, Karthik. Good luck. Best wishes. And I hope you have some good steps.
Thanks.
Well, that was a fun perspective.
So I want to know, did he buy that shirt just to ally with Ed? Or is he a Longhorn?
I don't know a lot about Karthik and where he's from. I know he lives in California now, but I mean, if you're a Longhorns fan, you're a Longhorns fan for life, is my understanding. So it's possible. Yes. But if you ever see me wearing a Longhorns hat into a diplomacy game where I'm playing against Ed Sullivan, you can 100% know that I bought it for the sole purpose of buttering up Ed Sullivan.
Well, buttering up Ed Sullivan hasn't worked that great yet. We all talked about who is he going to ally with, and would Ed be able to push an alliance or be dragged along? We started out with a lot of strong predictions for John Anderson. Those have not gone well for, let's say, two of the three of us. So let's reassess. Adam, what do you think?
Well, if I have to make a bet at this point in the game, I'm putting my money on Tanya. She has done a fantastic job, both diplomatically and in positioning her units, and in getting her neighbors to position their units in such a way that they're not a threat to her. I think there's a lot of opportunity for her to continue growing in this game. I think she's got a ally in France, and I also think that she is likely to be in the better position to make a play for France's dots should push come to shove. So that's where I'm putting my guess at this stage.
So you're putting your money there. All right, Siobhan, where's your heart?
Yeah, I was saying in a back channel that I bet with my heart, not with my mind. And this Austrian resurgence from Karthik has just been stunning to watch. And Austria is 100% my favorite country to play on this board. And there are so many just options moving forward and so many opportunities. And I'm going with Karthik.
Okay, and I had Dave as my dark horse, and he's on the corner. Tanya,
Not
as
so
strong as
dark,
her
yeah.
position is, as strong as her position is, she still can get squeezed in the middle. So I'm gonna stick with Dave's got my heart. I think Tanya would have my money, but my money's been wrong today already, so we're not gonna go there. So we left off with a little chaos in the east. So let's start Spring 05 in the east. How about Siobhan? What do we see?
Spring 05 in the east, there's some shuffling of Karthik's units around the Balkans, presumably to help mop up what is left of the Turk. We'll see where that goes. In the middle of the board, we're pushing the German up through into Silesia, while Austria backfills Bohemia, which tells me that let's just push on Tanya as hard as we can and as fast as we can. However, looks like, or no, sorry, I have that completely backwards. Who is Karthik picking in this fight? Huh. Probably still on the Russian side. So, and then up north, some shifting by Ed Sullivan gets the fleet out, and we'll see if he gets anywhere with it. I mean, I guess if John Anderson survives this year, Ed's not getting far, but.
One question though. So Ed has set himself up to possibly take Norway. North is the only thing now being able to hold it.
Yeah.
You have to sacrifice St. Pete, but is there a chance here? Has Germany lost a little of the defense, Adam?
No, I think it's a small price to pay. I think you can make your decision here as to what you would rather have. I think you can sacrifice a turn on St. Pete. In fact, maybe what you do here is you take St. Pete from Norway and tell John to just go to Norway. And if he's janissarying for you at this point, then he either bounces and dies, or he ends up with the one dot in Norway and you deal with it later. So I don't see this as any momentum issue whatsoever for Tanya. It certainly is sending her units, once you're sending your units, your fleets into Finland, Baltic, it certainly is minimizing opportunities to move on Dave. But on the other hand, that's probably not where you're thinking you're going to get your next few dots anyway. So that's okay. Really showing some trust by dropping to Ruhr. Probably not thrilled that English Channel didn't follow up into the Mid-Atlantic, but again, we don't have an insight into what negotiations went into that. And I fully appreciate Dave's decision to keep a couple units up north. I think that makes a lot of sense for him to do that at this stage. Just to comment on the other moves in the West, I'm a little bit unhappy with the decision by Morgante to self-balance in the Tyrrhenian Sea. I think this is a situation where you actually need to be in the Tyrrhenian Sea and you need to take some guesses. You're going to guess wrong at some point, but you might guess right. And if you guess right, you can really hold out a lot longer here. This is just not great unit. You can protect. You can protect Tunis from there. You potentially have some options with your fleets once you're there. There's things you can do to cover some of the other units, either getting some help from the Austrians, or elsewise. So I'm not really that happy with that decision, but because now Morgante will lose Tunis, unfortunately, or fortunately if you're playing France.
One follow-up in the West. So who does John Anderson favor? Does he favor Dave? Does he favor Tanya? Who do you think is most to blame, and who does he want retribution on? Maybe.
I think whoever's going to put him in a dot, I think he's fine. That would be, I mean, what else? I think, John, I suspect is, based on how he's been playing the past few years, is looking to survive the game if he can. And so he's going to be just aiming to get into a dot. And if Ed will put him into a dot, he'll, work with Ed. If Tanya will put him into a dot, he'll work with Tanya.
Okay. So yeah, with Dave being able to pick up Tunis, had Tunis or Tuscany destroyed, will be building 2, and with the potential. So I wonder if John will cast his lot. We will see. And he took the unit. Oh, and they left him. Oh wow. Go ahead, Adam.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? So Ed supported him into Norway. I think, and again, this is sort of what I would have expected Tanya to do, right? Because this is sort of not a terrible situation for her. I'm not really sure Dave's rationale for not taking Eddie there, regardless of what the call was with Tanya. Maybe it's a little bit of alliance play, but I don't know why you would necessarily want to give. Well, now John is going to have a build, so woohoo. And, that's going to be problematic, actually, because you just sent English Channel back down. John could put out a fleet or an army and try to retake Liverpool. I mean, it's not great. So there you are. Meanwhile, Morgante does push, the French out of Piedmont, but, the cost of that is Tunis, which is preventing him from building because he does take Caen this turn, but,
We'll let Siobhan tell us about the East. Again, more red. Actually, the taking of Caen is the only black arrow over there, really.
It's the taking of Caen and the taking of Silesia, which... and Tanya gets into Prussia. So there's a little bit of shifting in the middle of the board around the stalemate line, which tells me absolutely nothing is locked up yet. Ed is going to continue to have Tanya problems. And I'm really curious to see how Karthik reacts to that sort of shifting in the middle of the board and see if that impacts his decision making. Because if Tanya grows too much quicker than he does, he hasn't got a chance to top this board.
And with Dave,
I love Dave's move to Burgundy because that's saying, hey, you know what? You might need me there. You're going to need my support there, which is true. But in the long run, if it's a 1 center difference between him and Tanya for the board top, that unit could also be the one that supports the Austrian unit into Munich in the last game year, right? To put him over the top. So I think that's pretty interesting.
Or a walk to Belgium.
Or a walk to Belgium, right?
Oops, how did I wind up there?
Yeah, all right. So anything on the alliances? We still see kind of AIR versus FG and Italy. I mean, Turkey. I mean, what is Turkey doing this time? Yeah, he's out of Caen, so he's down to 1. He'll keep Black Sea, we assume. But
I think Liam is doing the only thing he can do at this exact moment, which is just talk to everyone, try and get someone to offer you something. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like it's working, and the other 3 have just said, you know what, let's just get this problem out from under our backsides, and then we can move on. I would expect in a season, maybe a year or 2, that some alliances should start shifting a little bit. Because we're going to start to get locked up. And in the middle of the board, the stalemate line is not at all done. With Tanya in Prussia and Russia in Silesia, there's so much left to be done here. But
yeah, it just seems too early to be running. I mean, and they're not running to the stalemate line, but it's grinding to a halt with 7 players still on the board. So
yeah.
All right, so here's what it's going to look like going into the builds, and we are going to get a sideline report to maybe iron out. We haven't had one in a couple of years, so we'll see how the reporters seeing the alliances shift as well. So France builds 2 from a rebuild and a taking of Tunis. Italy does not get to build, took Caen, but lost Tunis, but had a PIF, or was that last time? I think that was last time. 1, 2, 3, 4.
That was last time.
4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Tanya had a rebuild, I think, had lost 1. So she'll have a rebuild, and Ed is at 4 with 4. So
and And Turkey pulls one.
Yeah, we'll assume.
Sorry,
that.
Liam.
This is fascinating. Tanya could be very vulnerable here from both sides. Just she's probably got to rebuild an army in Berlin, and so she doesn't have a lot covering a lot of her real estate. This could be really interesting to see whether that's something that could shift the alliance structure or not.
All right, two questions. So Tanya knew Dave was going to be building two from a rebuild and the guaranteed of Tunis. Was she lobbying about a waiving of the Army Paris, saying just build Fleet Brest? And the second question is Fleet or Army in Eddie?
It's got to be probably probably a Fleet in Eddie, because you can retake. Well, you've got a really good shot at retaking the North Sea, which it lets you do all kinds of stuff, right?
Well, and that question 100% just comes down to who is John more peeved at. If it's a fleet, we know that the issues with Tanya.
And and Dave did give him Eddie. He could have followed up, and he followed through, pulled away English, pulled away Yorkshire. So let's see that, and then we'll see about the wave. So we are. Oh no! Help the Army. Guarantees Liverpool though, so
I guarantee Liverpool, and I get it.
Well. I mean, it doesn't, right? Because you can go London to Yorkshire, Mao to Irish, and retake it in the fall potentially. Yeah. So
sure,
nothing is assured. But why does Ed not rebuild there? Where is his fourth? Oh, his fourth unit's in Barents. I see.
All the way up at the top of the board.
That's why he was. Yeah.
Okay.
Huh. All right. So speaking of Ed not rebuilding a unit, why don't we hear from Ed? Because I think last we only have Ed and Tanya, and with Tanya kind of leading the board, we'll save hers for last. So here is, and I'm really looking forward to this. All right, as I'm setting this up, how many? Let's do an over under on either gunshots, explosions, cigars, or bourbons.
All of the above.
I know the answer since I interviewed him.
Oh shoot, we got
wrong
All
one.
right, we are here back on the sideline. This is now in the winter of 1905. We've just seen the fall 1905 moves come out, and it's an interesting moment in the game. The alliance structure seemed to have crystallized and appear fairly stable from the outside. So our job is to tell you what it feels like from the inside. And we'll start in the West with the FG that has become pretty strong. And Doug and I have both observed some interesting things, particularly about Dave. So Doug, why don't you tell us what you've seen?
Yeah, I think that Dave has had some opportunities here to really put himself in position to win, but he is pretty paranoid every turn and spends a lot of his diplomacy really focusing on making sure that nobody's going to stab him, even though he doesn't really have any apparent threats. And I think it's inhibiting his ability to sort of see the rest of the board and his opportunities to win this game. So, every turn he comes to Tanya and says like, oh, so-and-so says you're going to stab me. And that's how he starts every discussion.
And so, you made the point we were just talking that he's worried more about the risks than about the opportunities. And the opportunities are there. And so the question, I think, for us going forward, as far as Dave is concerned, is does he grab them? In his interview with me, he said that he did not have the killer instinct, and it sounded a lot like Ed Sullivan portrayed himself at times this season. So we'll see whether he does it or not.
Right. And I think the challenge for him is Tanya has a plan to win this game, and she's leading as it stands right now. And if he doesn't have a plan to win, and you're just worried about getting attacks and holding the position, you're not going to win.
So let's turn over to the West right now, or the East rather, and let me see if I can pull up. Here we go. This is where how the board stands. We've had an AIR form pretty solidly from the outside. How does it look from the inside? Doug, tell us.
I would describe it as very tense. They are working together out of what they feel is necessity against the West, and there's a lot of tension, particularly between Karthik and Morganze. A lot of tension.
And sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, the last turn, Karthik built 2 and was in position to potentially take Venice, and that led to a very, very uncomfortable conversation, I would call it.
Yeah, I overheard one interaction where the three of them got into a room and Ed started off the negotiation by saying this: "I like Morgante. I'm not a fan of Morgante." This is in a chat with Morgante in it. Okay, so we see tension. The question is, what's going to buckle first? Is there going to be an F? Is Dave going to go for it? Is Tanya's plan going to come to fruition? Is Karthik going to bite one of his two neighbors? His comeback has been pretty interesting to watch. So, all right, we'll leave it here for now, and we will come back with some more views from the sideline as we go.
Fascinating. Right. So, really interesting bit of insight into Dave's negotiation style. And we always say that paranoia doesn't mean that everyone isn't out to get you. But I think it's an interesting contrast to what we heard earlier about Tanya's style, which is constantly negotiating from a position of strength. Dave, apparently, even though if you look at the position, man, is he in a position of strength on this board, yet he seems to be negotiating from a position of weakness. From a tactical sense, it's hard to argue too much with what he's been doing in this game, but from a negotiation sense, I'm sure Doug is right that there may be opportunities to push on people and to lean into people that he's missing by taking that approach.
Well, and that's always one of those conversations that comes up with players is, negotiating from a place of strength isn't always about simply where your units are on a board or how many dots you have. How much influence you have over everyone on the board, how much influence you wield with alliance structure and other players is just as important as how many units you have. How many times have we watched Eddie Brisson with 2 units run an entire board?
Yeah, I was thinking exactly that when you were speaking, Siobhan.
I was just taking a drink out of my branded DBN mug because I see some chatterbox in the comments asking if we're trying to brand DBN. We of course are branding DBN. This is the highlight of my wintertime being stuck in the snow. The next highlight of my wintertime will be actually seeing Ed Sullivan. So apologies for not getting him on board, but now I'm really looking forward to gunshots and bourbon. So let's get Ed on board.
All right. Good afternoon, Ed. Thank you so much for joining me.
Hey, thanks for having me, Siobhan. I appreciate it.
Yeah. So power selection just finished up not too long ago. How did that go for you? What did you get?
I got Russia. Very happy with it. I was supposed to pick 5th. I ended up picking 3rd, so I got the country I wanted.
Fantastic. What do you like so much about playing Russia?
Get to be everywhere. I don't have the best tactical ability, but I do think my social game is good, and so I get to have a finger in every pie, so to speak.
All right. So it looks to me that your neighbors are Liam in Turkey, Karthik in Austria, and John Anderson in England, as well as Tanya Gill in Germany. I mean, Russia has a lot of neighbors. You can't really avoid that. Everyone on this board is a super strong player, as are you. Do you have a plan going into this?
I sure do. I'm going to rally the Davids against the Goliaths. So this is my entire plan, right? Which is, I think Liam, Karthik, and myself are probably considered. We don't have as strong a track record as the other 3, and Dave I'd put in the David category. So I'm going with the Davids versus the Goliaths. I know that everyone else will. If you look at Morgante or John, they've won that way. Look at the big shiny object here; they're a bit more of a threat, but there's no track record otherwise from any of the 4 of us to show that. So that's the plan. We'll see how it goes.
All right. I mean, you're known as a very strong alliance player. Do you plan to continue that into this game as well?
I'm going to disappoint DBN. Absolutely. I don't even care if there's a shared board top with me. I'm going to pitch that. Everyone picked behind me on my David's group. I'm more than happy. I've qualified probably mathematically for the DBNI February tournament. So I'm not going to blow any capital I have as an alliance player in this game, but if I can help someone get into that tournament, that's great for me. And shared board top or second place. I'm fifth if that happens either way.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that's not the bloodlust that you guys like on DBN, but that's my game and I'm sticking to it.
Well, no, it actually makes a lot of sense. Securing your place in the DBNI and helping another player in if you want to, if they've been a good alliance player. It's something that I've done in the past. Which leads me to my next question, since I will also be playing in the Invitational. Is the killer instinct of a champion going to be coming out at that tournament?
If it comes out, it'll come out on the top board.
Okay, fair enough.
But, you know, I have a method. It's worked well for me. I have an opposite problem of most people, which is everyone wants to be my friend right away. And I have to pick people I don't want to be friends with at the beginning of the game. And so typically I'm in it. Even if I'm not going to win, I have a say at the end. I got enough stresses in life, man. This game I'm playing for fun. And of course I want to win the big event. It may come out there, but I got some top board experience with Carnage, and I sort of understand not to suffer early leader syndrome. Facing some adversity early is fine. So I'm cool with it.
Awesome. All right, so you've talked a little bit about the Davids and Goliaths, but more specifically on a personal level with this board, is there anyone you're really excited to play with, maybe that you haven't met over a board yet?
Sad to say, I've met them all.
You have met them all. I figured that might be the case.
But the only two people I've stabbed brutally were Morgante and Dave. Well, Dave's France, so I'm not too worried about that.
Mm-hmm.
Morgante and I just can't get along. Even though I like him very much personally, our goals have always been such that we seem to work against each other a lot. Okay. So, but the person I fear the most, which wasn't asked, is Tanya. I've played with her one time, and she's a standard deviation better than the other 6 players on this board. Okay, it's not even close.
I mean, Tanya only played 3 qualifying games and topped all 3 of the boards. You know, you look at the rest of the board and people are playing 7, 8 games. It's staggering how good she is at this game. So I can see that would be both exciting to play against, but also nerve-wracking. Any anxiety that she's right next to you in Germany?
No, I think she picked behind me because when I played with her before, you know, we had a good partnership. I think she wanted to see where I was. And so that's so look, it's not that I'm not fearful of Tanya. She can pull the knife out at any time. So I'm totally prepared. I'm totally prepared to go down quick, but I'm confident enough in my ability to personally interact with people that we'll see where it goes at the end. But no, I'm more scared of John, not because, like I said, I think Tanya is a better player, but John, when he gets his hooks in you, he's never going to let go.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you so much, Ed, for taking a little time to talk to us before the game today. Before I let you go, I will also apologize to myself being on the broadcast team and the other 2 who will be joining me, and say I am sorry we're not going to see that killer instinct of a champion today, but you know, you never know. And
you never know.
Before I let you go, is there anything else you'd like to say?
No, thanks for thanks to the VDL. I only started playing in August, so I appreciate the chance to play and improve my game.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Ed, and best of luck to you today.
Thanks.
Wow, is there anyone in the hobby who you'd rather go share a beer with than Ed Sullivan, man? I mean, what a great guy. I mean, the hobby is this is such a great hobby because of the people. And when you have characters like Ed, and people like Ed as part of it, and playing on the boards, and BSing after and during and before boards, I mean, it just makes this such an awesome community. And I've gotten to know Ed through some of the work with him on DBN. I haven't actually played on a board with him because I haven't played any boards in a long time, but he's just such a pleasure. He has that great mix of both confidence and humbleness that you just love to see in a player, and it's no surprise that he does so well.
I'm surprised.
Yeah, 100%. He's just one of No gunshots this time, and just the one scotch and the one cigar. So.
All right. Well, Ed's got a little challenge in front of him. A stacked row of units. A lot of people bearing down on him. We'll see how the alliance holds up, and we'll start in the east. Siobhan, why don't you take us through?
Well, Ed is starting to make some moves, even as some moves are being made on him. I have to imagine that possibly. No, Warsaw and Budapest can't have been arranged. I think they both just decided to dot each other at the same time. And as Karthik dots Ed for Warsaw, he also dots the Italian for Smyrna. And okay, Karthik going in every direction at once, but giving up that part of the middle of the board to Tanya.
You have to believe that the Smyrna thing is to take Ankara, not to dot Italy, though.
Well, yeah, I mean, we'll see. And so, yes, let's say it's to take Ankara, finally get Turkey out of the game. And as for the moves with Tanya in the middle of the board, he walks into Warsaw. I have to imagine that Tanya's promising him support into Moscow in the fall while she takes Warsaw from behind, so they both get something out of this.
I think about the cartoons where the cartoon character, like the dollar signs, appear in their eye, and I think that's Tanya's reaction to these moves here. I mean, if the Russian and Austrian actually did stab each other on the same turn here, I mean, wow, does that open the game for her?
Tanya's got to just be
Holy
salivating at all of the tasty meals that have been put in front of her. And not to mention that, Karthik did attempt to support Burgundy to Munich, but all Burgundy did was support Munich to hold.
Yeah, I mean, and I should also say, I mean, this is good for Dave as well. I mean, he's just not in position to make games necessarily as fast as Tanya can, but I think he is in position to be a beneficiary of this if that is really, a mutual stab and they can't get their crap together very quickly.
Yeah. Why don't we talk about benefits for John? Come on, let's, Adam, what do we see in the West?
I mean, well, look, I mean, John drops into Skag, which is, of course, the clever thing to do because it causes the greatest possibility of pain for Tanya in the fall in terms of forcing her to guess.
Oh, I love it.
The move to Liverpool, it's like, okay, now it's like a guess between going back to Edinburgh or covering Liverpool. Mm-hmm. So, it's Johnny gets to be irritating. There is a possible but unlikely scenario where he builds again, and if that happens, I mean, I'm not going to start putting money on him to top this board, but he could become a factor again in this game if the units aren't around to actually finish him off.
Well, we can kind of agree at this point the winner is probably coming out of the West. Does John become kingmaker at 3, or is he already there at 2? What do we think?
Remember that he could be eliminated just as easily as he could be at 3, right? So, I mean, let's not get ahead of ourselves. I mean, I think he's got a big role to play still in this game, though.
Okay. All right. Predictions for the fall. No major breaks in alliances either side.
I have no idea what's going on with AR, right? So
yeah, it's AR. I can guess all I want. I kind of just feel. If it was arranged, I don't understand why Sev followed up into Romania. And that's why I'm still questioning that can't have been arranged.
This is utterly disastrous for Russia, right? I mean, barring a really good guess and coordination from the Austrian, Moscow is gone. I mean, this is really a bad situation.
Moscow's completely gone. I mean, yeah, you pick up an Austrian dot, but well, I mean,
maybe 2, but
maybe 2. Yeah.
But at that point, you're really just. I mean, if Ed is taking Austrian dots while Germany is taking Russian dots, and they're swapping things around, the only one who benefits from that is Tanya in the long run of this game, right? And so, maybe it keeps Ed alive longer, but it really does not play out well.
Mm-hmm.
Well, in the chat afterwards, we'll have to see if Karthik took off his Longhorns shirt, and maybe that made him mad. So, all right. So in the fall, let's stay in the East because that's where the most is to do.
And in the east, Budapest walks right out and up to Galicia. We do not see Tanya and the Austrian coordinating to take Moscow. Instead, Warsaw just holds on. So now we've swapped Warsaw for Bulgaria, which is a choice and a delightful amount of confusion around Smyrna and Ankara and Khan.
Wow.
If I understand it, Smyrna just said, hey, I like it here. It's gorgeous on the southern coast of Turkey this time of year. I'll hang out. And the other two said, no, wait, we want to do certain things. And wow.
I asked myself, why are Austria and Italy having this agreed upon bouncing Greece? What purpose does that possibly serve? You either want you either want to be in Greece as Austria, or you don't care about it.
I think
Italy,
Austria wanted to be in Greece, but Italy tried to follow up with all his other fleets. There's no way that was an agreed upon bounce.
You're right. That would be pretty strange. Oh yeah, right. And we see the Austrians went for Venice here,
and they took Venice. So that was completely unagreed upon. I mean, yeah, Karthik is actually he's making some really interesting moves here. He gets Ed out of one of the dots he could have taken. Meanwhile, pushes Tanya further up north, takes Silesia, takes Venice. I mean, he still gets to build one this turn.
Yeah, no, it's a good turn for Karthik, I think.
Yeah.
It's interesting that he took Venice in the way he did, rather than taking it from Trieste and leaving Trieste for that second fleet build. Obviously, this is the safer way to do it if you are concerned about Munich tapping Tyrolia, but that probably wasn't super likely.
Builds two, though, because Venice, Warsaw, Smyrna, and then loses Bulgaria, so builds two.
Far out.
Oh, yes. Okay.
So my question is, as we go there, is Italy saw it coming? Italy sniffed it out? What do we think? Because tried to cover Venice, tried to cover or stab for Greece, although kept the support on for Ankh. Like, was it a last minute decision? Hopefully the sideline will give it to us. But what do you think?
What is the support? Is he supporting Ankh to Smyrna though?
He was supporting Ankh to Smyrna. I think that they
not the other way. He's supporting the Turks.
Let's
maybe.
find.
Yeah, he supported the Turk down into Smyrna.
Yeah, he supported the Turk.
They had a breakdown in negotiation, and Karthik just got the better end of it.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
So Liam didn't take him up on the offer. Well, I guess if you've been fighting all game, it's hard to do it, but could have built.
Could have built.
It all, in the north, I think is interesting. Tanya makes the decision that John is going to be annoying to her, so she makes the decision to take Norway, leaves Sweden open, takes that guess for Baltic to Denmark rather than Sweden, and it pays off. So she's going to get a build here, which I would assume will be another army in Berlin.
It has to be, right?
I don't think you're going to make a move against Dave at this stage, right? You've just took Norway. You're up to 9. Moscow and Warsaw are not in the bag, but are good possibilities for you. That would get you to 11, which might be enough to top the board. And if not, then you're going to make your move later on. So I don't think you stab France here. Definitely.
Yeah.
All right. So is this the turn that puts the champ over the top?
Tanya continues to have more opportunities than Dave does. It's simply just, she's positioned herself in a way that she can make gains. Dave is going to have to make a choice if he wants to win this game. He's got to change something in the dynamic, which would feel very uncomfortable here. But he doesn't really have much of a choice if he actually wants to be able to top the board. And he's, he can feel it, he can taste it, but also, he attacks Germany here, and then maybe Karthik tops the board, right?
And that's the question, right?
This is a really tough situation. This is that kind of three-way dynamic that is that's so common to these kind of games.
Yeah.
So Austria builds 2 armies. Italy pulls 2. What are those 2, and how does that change the game? Could that give France the top?
It's got to be Lyon and
I think the only thing that's playing against Karthik here, because I think Karthik's position is probably in many ways better than France's, but I think that Morgante is going to go whole hog against Karthik, so I think that that's going to really maybe make a difference here, which could put Dave in a position to maybe take Rome and Naples before
Karthik can
is able to. The question is Karthik able to take Russian dots, or does he keep working with Ed for the term?
And England pulls Eddie, right? We got to keep the fleet out there just too annoying.
I'm not sure actually, because it's probably harder. Well, either one. I mean, Skag in some ways is more annoying, but on the other hand, it can be piffed now.
Yeah. I mean, I think the builds are obvious. The pulls are going to be all about spite and previous relationships and who do I want to punish.
All right. Well, let's see him then. Yep. Pulled Skag. Put the armies. Piedmont and Leon.
Italy was only pulling one.
Italy, Piedmont and Leon.
Oh, Piedmont. I missed that. Sorry.
Piedmont is interesting choice. Well, I guess you can circle the wagons, cover Rome, cover Apulia with your fleets. Tell France, come on in.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's got to be some. Oh, go ahead.
No. I think this is definitely saying, "Come on, France, it's yours." I think that's the message that he's sending here with those polls.
100%.
Well, let's see if the sideline reporters have that same kind of thought. We've got a sideline report.
All right, here we are. It's winter 1906. The players are debating their builds, might even still be in retreats, not sure. This was a fascinating turn. This is a moment when the two alliances, the FG and the AIR, were butting up against each other, and each was pressuring the other to crack first. Doug, what did it feel like to watch this?
Brandon, this was the turn that had the most diplomatic action, where everybody was like, I'm running out of time. I'm panicked. I got to go talk to this person. I got to talk to that person. The number of lies that were told in this far exceeded the rest of the game combined. I mean, this was where it was really fun to be a fly on a wall because, everybody was really striving to break those alliances to get that advantage for themselves. It was a lot of fun to listen to.
All right. So speaking about flies watching another fly, tell us about what you saw from John Anderson.
So John wandered around from room to room telling everybody that he wanted Tanya to win this game. He told that to Ed. He told that to Morgante. He told that to John, to Dave. I mean, John was everywhere. In fact, he went in and spent like 3 minutes with Tanya right at the end when the turn processed.
This is spring 1901 you're talking about, right?
This is the spring of this season.
1905, sorry.
And John told her, Tanya, I want you to top this board 100%. And right after he says this, the turn processes and he's moved to Skagerrak. And I swear to God, if Tanya were in the same room with him physically, he might not have survived.
Yeah, I saw, and then in fall, I saw a lot of John telling everybody that he still wanted Tanya to win, and then in the next breath said, maybe I'll go to Sweden this turn. All right, so that's John. Things obviously didn't work out as well for him in the fall as he might have liked. He almost got another build, but it's not going to happen. With Dave, seemed like this is a really interesting year for Dave too. I saw Ed and Karthik giving him a lot of pressure to turn on Tanya. They were offering him support into Munich, and they went right down to the wire, really hardcore pressure on him, and it seemed they thought they had convinced him, and then the orders came out and he didn't take the bait.
Yeah, that was definitely one of the themes. There was in other rooms when they were chattering, they were all talking about how they thought they were going to get Dave to switch gears.
A little behind the scenes action there.
I know the same way.
Why did they wander into that room?
All right. Well, before we turn, so then one of the questions, right, we've had going is whether Dave is going to make the move or not. Whether he's going to show the instinct that he claimed not to have. So the question is whether it was right of him to pass up that opportunity. For the moment, it looks like it because the East has cracked. I walked into Karthik and Morgante talking, and the negotiation started something like this: Morgante, I'm going to take Greece. Karthik, no. Morgante, yes. Karthik, no.
At the end of the turn, Liam was sowing chaos in the east between Morgante and Karthik, and at the end of the turn, Liam and Karthik and Morgante were in a room together, and Morgante said, "You know what? I'm throwing my game away here. This is going to be a terrible move by me. I don't care. I am so sick of Karthik's bullshit. I'm done." So,
and apparently, that is what he tried to do. It looks like it's worked out a little bit better for Karthik at the moment. All right, that's the view from the sideline. This is, this game is now it's now entering 1907, and the FG has stayed together. The AIR is falling apart. What happens next? Can't wait to find out.
That was awesome.
Everything about that was entirely delightful. The yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. I'm sick of his bullshit. Like, it's classic diplomacy. I'm so happy with all of this.
I don't even know what to say, so I think we probably should just go into the moves.
Oh yeah, no, it's this goes to show you how much of this game is not just on the board and how much of it is behind the scenes. And wow, I really should have taken up the offer to be one of those sideline reporters today, because this would have been delightful.
And I see some of the players in the comments, and just a reminder to the players, if you're in the comments, please minimize what you comment about the game right now, so that we can work through the broadcast.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's a little hint that we need to speed things up. So let's get our final interview, the one that everyone has been talking about. We'll get with Tanya, and then we'll come back to conclude the game. So.
Hello, Tanya. Congratulations on picking second, I believe it was, and getting Germany there. That's always fun. How are you feeling about this game?
I feel fine. I mean, maybe I shouldn't be feeling fine, but I don't have a big stake in this, and I'm just kind of looking to see where it goes.
That's fair. So you were picking second. What made you pick Germany in that position? Which, by the way, I love. I think it's a great move.
I haven't gotten a chance to play Germany in over a year, I think, at this point, and I love the country. I think it's fun. It's dynamic. You have so many choices for alliances. I like to play like center countries, I feel, and Germany is just the best one to play. So yeah, I don't know, it's a flexible country, and you never really know what's going to happen. So that's why I enjoy playing it.
All right, so now you know what the field looks like. Do you have any plans for this game? Are you going in with I'm going to do X, Y, and Z, or are you going in with an open mind?
I never decide things until like fall of 1901 as to what I want a board to look like. I have never played with England or with France, so I have no idea. I'm going to try and pretty much secure at least one ally, and that's sort of going to be my my goal. And whoever that is, like hopefully I won't be the odd one out, but that's my only plan.
Who do you think is your biggest challenge in this game?
See, I want to say John Anderson, because I've heard so many things about him that are, like he's a great player and whatnot. And I've never played with him, but I've seen his games, and he does fantastic in all of them. So I don't know if I'd use the word challenge, but I guess I'm like really excited to see like what all the hype is about.
I can understand that. So I was looking at the standings, and I noticed that you played only 3 games and made it into the top 7. Do you think that puts a target on your back, maybe?
I feel like, I don't know if that puts a target on my back as much as these players have played together for months, and I only played a few games at the beginning of the league, and then I haven't really played since then. So they know each other, they've had successful alliances together, and I just don't have that experience with any of them. So, and then of course, like there's all that hype. I think like unfortunately, I soloed a game in one of the tournaments and Liam was on it. So I don't know if he's super happy about playing with me again. I'm sure he's fine, but so there's probably a bit of that. But I think more than anything else, it would be, oh, we don't know her, but we've worked together before, so why don't we work together again?
Well, I don't know that you can claim that nobody knows you. I mean, you've had a fairly meteoric rise in the diplomacy community, both online and in face-to-face tournaments. How do you think that might affect the game for you and for other players and their perception of you?
Sorry, I didn't mean to say nobody knows me. I just meant on the board. Right? That's the difference. And I guess it's like I'm a big Alliance player, but I don't know if people know that. So if they have this impression of me that, oh, she's a shark, she soloed that one time, we got to stop her, and then like on top of not knowing these players on the board, that could be my downfall. I don't know. I'd like to think that people will just play the game for this game, but of course.
Well, it is kind of a top board, right? And so the player who tops this board is going to win. Do you think that's going to change the approach that you have? And do you think that'll change the approach that others have towards you as well?
Well, I feel like for me, it won't change as much because I'm just going to play to do the best that I can do, and that's how I play every game. And this isn't like the same as a tournament. I guess I feel a little bit less invested just because I only played really at the beginning, whereas these people have played at the end. And I don't care who wins if it's not me. Like I'm not the type to like, I guess, throw everything if it means someone else that I like is going to win. So I really don't know how that's going to fall out.
Well, congratulations on making the top board, and good luck as Germany. And we'll all be rooting for you to have a fun and exciting game. Thank you, Tanya.
Thanks. I look forward to your commentary.
Tanya's sitting there talking about like she's not a very well-known player is like me saying nobody knows me when I came into that one VDL game I played. Oh, I'm not really all that well. Tanya. But I said the same thing, so I can't really.
Well, the target. I'm just going to roll off the target. So, but speaking of the target, so we've got some play to go. We know the game is over. We're going to stream through this. We've got one more sideline report, and that'll give us some last color. But let's see where Tanya goes from here. I do want to switch us up back to our original as we go down the home stretch. So, Siobhan, we'll be having you in the West, and let's have you start out in the West.
All right. Dave in France just marches forward as fast as he possibly can. As predicted, Morgante has said, hey, France, come on in. It's all yours. And Dave is not wasting a moment of that opportunity. He is attempting to set up to, I don't know, maybe take Eddie in the fall, hopefully with help from Tanya, possibly. Tanya does a little bit of shifting in the north, gets another army into St. Pete, and takes Silesia for play on Warsaw next season.
Adam to the east.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like I can't entirely tell what actually happened in Turkey, but it looks like it didn't work. So we have the Turks supporting Khan to Smee and the Russians supporting Smee to Khan. Okay, that makes a lot of sense based on the structure of the alliances. So, Morgante continuing to try to help work with Liam to the last breath and likewise. I don't think there's a heck of a lot else to say. Everybody's making their play to get in position here as best they can. I think, Karthik is trying to get into a position to take some Italian dots before the French can, and get some units up into the middle of the board at the same time. He doesn't necessarily have enough units to do all the things he wants to do as long as FG are working together, though.
Yeah, 100%. And I think that France would rather see Italy hold on to their home centers than give them to Austria. And I find the Italian move to the Aegean just really brilliant here, now that I look at it, is there was a choice of covering Apulia, going up to the Adriatic, maybe going for Greece on the off chance that it wasn't covered, but forcing Aegean to walk into Greece, taking it away, means that Smyrna won't hold in the fall if Turkey's onside, right?
It makes it a guess, right? Because now Bulgaria has to. Yeah, no, yeah, it's sort
There's
of.
a huge guess there about who's the mover, who's the supporter,
Yeah.
and what cuts what. So Carthag's got a lot of issues here, and we'll see how it shakes out.
Yeah.
With Dave not being in Ionian, kind of forcing his way into Tyrrhenian, is it going to slow him down? Is there any way that he can catch up, or does Tanya just have such momentum now where she can pick up, maybe Moscow, maybe Warsaw, maybe Eddie? Is Dave out?
No, Dave's not out. I mean, he's going to have to grab some dots at some point. You're certainly right that it does open opportunities for Tanya, but I mean, I think Dave wouldn't be wrong in saying, "Hey, you should be putting me into Eddie." Given the situation that's on this board right now, and the opportunities for growth that you have versus what I have, but whether that's what actually plays out, I don't know. And based on how we're hearing about the diplomatic styles, I could see that being an interesting conversation that maybe we'll get some insights into from the sideline people.
All right. Well, let's see where we get into with the fall, and let's start in the East, Adam.
Yeah, so I mean, we have Tanya taking Warsaw here, and that happens. I'm trying to see why that happens. What did Warsaw actually do here?
Supported Moscow.
It supported okay, but Galicia went to Silesia, which was the mover. That's why it ended up being a 3-on-2. So this could have been prevented if Galicia also supported Warsaw, but they took a different route here. So if we can get those names out of there, I can see this a little bit better. There we go. So nice play by Tanya. Obviously, the Silesia being the mover was the right choice here. She couldn't guarantee this unless she cut Moscow, but that would have put a risk on St. Petersburg. But she gets in anyway because Karthik makes the more aggressive move of trying for Silesia. So he'll get it, but loses Warsaw. Siobhan, as you pointed out, this opened up the door. The Aegean move opened up the door for Morgante to take Smyrna, which is successful. This is going to be a real rough situation for Karthik, and really going to stymie his chances to top this board. It also puts Tanya in a fairly commanding position that I think Dave would be the only one who would be in a position to top it, but based on the events in the West, which I'll let Siobhan cover, that may not be happening.
I don't think Dave has the time to combat this at all. He supported Tanya into Eddie. He is hampering the Austrian position. He clearly has no desire to attack Tanya whatsoever. And so this may just be a moment where Dave looks at his position and says, I see what the board says, and I have been working with this person all game. I'm happy to see her top this board.
Yeah, would you feel differently if it had been Dave taking Edinburgh instead of Tanya?
I might feel a little differently if it had been Dave taking Edinburgh. They would have been slightly more even, and there was still play in the Italian boot for Dave. So well done, Tanya, for whatever you did to negotiate your control of Edinburgh.
Yeah, and with Austria losing Smyrna, Dave was the only one, but now Dave's even down by 3 as we show into the fall. It's 11-8. So
it's a commanding position, and at this
I'm having a hard time seeing why Dave would agree to that in that position. But
I would have fought hard for Eddie should be mine, and it was mine. And due to circumstances, and then you're looking at what 10-9 between Germany and France, and we still have Rome and Naples up for the taking.
Yeah, so that will be something. I'm not declaring a winner yet. We'll see how we get there, but we can ask the winner, because clearly it will be one of those two at this point. How did Eddie fall? So with that we say goodbye to Babe Ruth. John Anderson had a great run in 2020, but really Meta's match with good FG alliance that never broke during the game. So congrats, John.
You can't critique the way that John played this game, right? I mean, the cards were stacked against him. He was just the odd man out early on. He fought it out to the end. He got a build when he was at one center. I mean, there's not a lot bad you can say. He stuck it out, and this was an inevitable result. But got to appreciate what he did here.
Yes. I see in the comments, Peter McNamara says Dave can still win, but we didn't see it. We forgot to mention about Morgante's picking up of Smyrna. So a build of Army Naples. It'd be hard to walk out of that many dots. We just don't see it coming. So let's see. This will be our last sideline report. Maybe they'll have the insight of how Eddie went down. So let's listen to them.
All right, here we are. It is winter 1907, just fall just adjudicated, and we are really going to try to hold ourselves back from analyzing because we really, really, really want to, and just give you guys some behind the scenes. What we've been seeing, I'll start off here. For us, it's about Dave and Tanya at this point. The East is a mess, and it's just a labyrinth of recriminations and lies, to be honest, at this point. And there's been several. I've seen several conversations where the smaller players, Morgante and Liam and John, even the three of them got together one time and tried to discuss who they wanted to win. Like the three of them tried to make a king-making blob. I saw Dave and Morgante get together toward the end of this last negotiating period, the fall 1907, and Morgante was saying that he was willing to give Dave whatever he wants. Just wants to help him against Karthik, and Dave was still expressing concern that Morgante might work with Karthik against him. So that reticence has been a characteristic of Dave's play for the last his negotiations for the last couple of years. Doug, how did it look from your perspective?
Yeah, so what I was in the room for the conversations between Tanya and Dave, and Tanya pressed her case very firmly with regard to Eddie, basically saying like, look, you have all this growth in the South. There's nothing that's going to stop you from taking Rome and Naples. So you have to give me Eddie right now, or realistically speaking, there's no reason for me not to fight with you. So, she made a very compelling case. And ultimately, Dave went along with it. But, it was a really important, very tense negotiation. And Dave did ultimately acquiesce.
And supported her in. She didn't even have to use Norwegian. She was able to use that to cover Norway here. So now, all right. I'm not going to analyze, really want to. But so for us, like the big question right now is how does Dave handle this going forward? Does he think that he's behind the 8 ball now? How does his negotiating tactic change? And that's what we'll try to bring you guys with the next update.
I cannot wait to get Brandon on to do some analyzing after that report. We think we know where it's going. Biting his lip as I often do as we get ready. So.
Just real quick, I want to address some stuff in the comments about since the stream is delayed, knowing what time seasons actually happened in. We are trying to avoid some spoilers, and that's not all just about us wanting to be prescient or have no spoilers, but we have found in the past when we've let spoilers happen and people know what's going to happen, that it's actually sort of been a damper for the stream. And so if we're all entering in with the same amount of knowledge, I actually have no idea where the game is in real time. So I couldn't tell you if I wanted to.
We'll let Brandon make executive decision, but I agree. We've done that, and I think in all the broadcasts in the past, we've done a good job to keep things. Because why would you keep watching if you knew who was going to win, unless you want to see the interview? So, as we go past, so here we are, Tanya. Yeah, there's growth, but is that just the pitch? So, and Dave wondering about AI repatching things up. I can't imagine there's any way that
just
no way Morgante goes to Karthik. Yeah,
No.
that's done. You got to press that, I think, and so we'll
not a chance. And the whole conversation about Tanya insisting on Eddie is kudos to her for pulling it off. There are a lot of players who would not have given that away.
We had as we get into the fall, we had into the spring 08, we had a fantastic discussion about going for that win. You have to ask for it. You can't win this by tactics alone. David Hood says that all the time. You need to ask. She asked and she got it. So we'll see where that gets her. Oh man. All right.
There it is. Yep. There it is.
Go for it.
Yeah. I mean, I think, this sort of looks to me like a soft stab. I mean, Tanya's not going all out here, or she could have moved her units in Germany, obviously, but she's clearly saying, like, this is over. You're not making a play on me, to Dave, and I've got maybe one more center, but who's going to top 11 here? Let's call this game here, and that may happen this year. I don't know.
I 100% I agree. This is a soft stab. It's more of a protect the lead that I have than acting to take anything further, because yeah. So I mean, we're wrapping up very quickly here, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, I mean, Eddie, there's no defensive Eddie now, so that could go to France, and maybe Dave realizes, oh shoot, I overplayed it. I can't get everything I wanted in the South, and maybe takes one. So then it does get back to 10-9. And Norwegian to North Atlantic is just kind of all right, is my insurance policy. So.
Yeah, but NAO goes to Liverpool. So if you force Eddie, then I get Liverpool. We trade them. Like,
yeah,
it's all just a balance at this point.
Yeah, we'll see what she goes with. And that was where we are at the end. Yep. Oh, well. So what did Norwegian do? Did Norwegian support Eddie to hold?
Supporting Eddie for some reason.
Well, if you've won the game, if you've showed that you've won the game, again, Ed, Alliance player says you earned it, you deserve it. I'm not letting,
This must be the end. I mean, I can't imagine why. I don't know. I'd be surprised if this goes another turn, because just some of the stuff that we're seeing here, Tanya not taking Moscow. I mean, there's not a lot of good reason for her not to, unless there's an anticipation that the game is about to end here.
Yeah, 100%. Tommy Anderson in the comments does say, such a nice Alliance player.
Yeah, totally.
Well, all right. Dave picks up 2 in the South, picks up Rome, picks up Naples. So does get it to 11-10. But now with Germany and Burgundy.
You could. There's still an argument to play it out potentially, right? I mean, especially if you don't have a fight going on against anyone in the South. Maybe you can try to see what you can do to get another dot, and maybe that's why Tanya's doing this. But I was surprised just not to see more aggressive play in the spring. So many holes in the spring, if this is where she felt the game was going.
Yeah, now, all right, so let's rewind a season or two, and if Dave is in Ionian sooner without supporting himself into Tyrrhenian, there's nothing on Greece, could have not walked his way in there, but with enough support, if Morgante is still throwing it, maybe is there play left? All right, I keep thinking it's over, but is there play left if they go what we believe could be as far as 2 more years?
Sure. I mean, Dave's going to put 2 units down. He can put down a fleet and an army. Losing Burgundy is irritating.
Not game ending, especially if you have 2 builds at this moment. I think keeping Tanya out of Ruhr is actually a smart choice in this moment.
And maybe you can make a pitch to Karthik at this point saying, hey, I can help you put you into Munich, or maybe I throw you Rome. If you're working with me next year, I throw you a dot so that, we're not going to win anyway. I'm not going to win unless we're working together, and I can get some stuff in the north. So there may be an opportunity here to, drag this out and see what can happen. But a lot of that depends on the relationship that Dave and Karthik have at this point, which, it's hard to know how good that is, but it seems like it shouldn't be that bad.
And on the other hand of that, if Ed is supporting Eddie to hold, will he walk out of Moscow? Would he walk out of Sev? Is he throwing on the other side? So maybe I don't think we have any more sideline reports.
Throwing is not so much an issue, right? Because Tanya can basically take Moscow and potentially press on Sev even at this stage.
All right. So for builds, Fleet Brest, Army Paris, Germany didn't get anything. I don't think anything else. Italy pulls. Yeah, so that's the hard part about Italy pulling too, is you lost your one chance maybe with your ally in the south to get some of those.
At this point, just pull Apulia and exactly, yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
of course.
Yeah. All right, so into the spring.
Okay. Well, looks like Dave Roberts is still making a play for this in an attempt to take Eddie, but Ed Sullivan is continuing to support Tanya there. Standoff around North and Mid-Atlantics, and then a ton of red arrows aside from Tyrrhenian Sea going to Ionian. And yeah.
Picardy instead of channel, is that maybe more thinking of a block as opposed to better position being in the channel?
I mean, you want to be in the channel and you want to be in Picardy, but you got to pick one, right? So
you're hoping to get another dot, and you can build another fleet in Brest, and
yeah. I mean,
and then
if you're not going 3 onto Burgundy, moving to Picardy probably makes more sense than going to the channel there.
Yeah.
And then lastly, in the southeast, so Turkey likely to live until the end. Russia's coming down, walks out of Moscow, so the writing is on the wall.
Except Tanya also walks away, Livonia to St. Pete to Norway at the same time that Ed walks away from Moscow.
Well, you only need one to walk in there, so that had to have been agreed upon.
It's true.
All right, let's get into the fall. Convoys over to the Isle. Kept out of Moscow. The best part.
Turkey builds.
Turkey builds.
Come on, go Liam.
Yes.
All right.
Doubled his center count.
Yeah,
now they're
all around fantastic play by Tanya this game. Like, she earned every moment of this, and I love it.
Yeah. Is there any play? All right. Is there any Dave play? Let's see if obviously 4 supports on Burgundy. Nothing's going anywhere in the channel though. So still nothing.
This is great. I mean, Tanya earned this. I mean, this is, she's, we've talked about ultimately there being a kingmaker element to this board. I mean, she earned the dominant position on this board, but just to illustrate how dominant her position is, she has 2 of the other significant powers in the game or helping her, right? Or at least not trying to stop her at this stage in the game, right? Not only did she develop a position that was so totally dominant, but she's managed to have relationships on the board that have allowed it to just go largely, at the end stage of the game saying, hey, you know what? Ed saying, hey, I'm not going to win this game, so I'm happy with, why do I want to interfere with, what Tanya's already accomplished here? And it looks the same way with Karthik, for whatever reason that is. And again, that's relationship building. And that's a big part of how she got to the position to begin with.
Yeah, 100% I agree. And I think Ed and Karthik are looking at this and saying, sure, maybe we could attack Tanya. Maybe we could try to slow her down a little, but I don't think they have the position to make a ton of impact, nor have they ever.
Even if they do that, the outcome of that is what Dave wins. And unless they, for some reason, feel so much better about Dave winning, which again I think is still a long shot based on the position.
I mean,
then so what?
I think it's still a long shot. I think Tanya's position has been dominating, and the only hugely significant thing that I've seen Ed do for Tanya is the supporting of Eddie over the last couple of seasons, which could have been lost without Ed's help.
Yeah. I mean, that center turns it right now. It's this is the fall. Let's get to the end. If Dave has the tiebreaker, France fell to 6 with Dave. If Dave picks up Greece here, because there's 3 on Greece, and if Morgantes really wants to throw it, taps Bull, gets Greece, that's 11-11 right there, and Eddie makes it 12-10. So does Ed not play Kingmaker? He walks right into Tanya walks right into Moscow. I mean, Ed played Kingmaker. It'll be interesting. I'm going to bring the guys on afterwards, the sideline reporters, to see. I don't remember there being friction between Germany and Russia. There was the standard "you're in my way," but I don't remember there being stabs or anything like that. So maybe
not on the board, and no more than any usual. And this is a classic part of endgame of diplomacy play is it's not a bad thing that it happens, but you decide whose way you're going to get out of and who you're going to punish and who you want to keep where.
Yeah.
That's as much a part of the game as strategy and tactics and anything else.
Yeah. All right. Well, Aegean was pulled. I think that was and Ankara was built. So maybe Turkey can reclaim all 3 home. I doubt it, but we'll see if we can make it any further. Spring 1910 revealed is the game is over. Congratulations, Tanya Gill.
I see in the comments Peter McNamara saying it's not over till it's over. Well, apparently it's over.
It is over. Excellent. All right. Well, so all right, as we bring on the sideline reporters, any you kind of went off during the last one about the great play. Anything to tie a bow on it before we bring in the guys?
This was a great game. I mean, great play all around. I mean, those who didn't end up with great results, I think, they fought it out till the end. It's, the usual things you see in a great diplomacy game. And what is there to say? Tanya, I think really showed her mettle in this game and earned it. She earned it on a really tough board.
Yeah. No, I agree with everything you just said, and I love the story of it too. As Tanya came in very early in the season, played only 3 boards, secured her position on this board very early, and came back to just say, "Yeah, this is why I earned it. This is how I got here the way I did." And she, I think, as Ed Sullivan said in the pregame interview, is just a full standard deviation better than most of us.
That came good. So now that we got the sideline guys on, there were a lot of times we saw that you wanted to analyze even before you said it during that last. I think that's your nature of being a good host. So of anything that you held back, what did you most want to say, Brandon?
Oh, come on! We could be here for another 3 hours.
I'm not going anywhere. I've got my merch.
Oh! Oh, did you demo that already and I missed it?
Oh, it's been a running joke.
Oh, that's amazing. Oh, well done. Yeah, we should all get one of those, eh? It was really, really fascinating to see the behind the scenes stuff and to listen to people's negotiation styles. There were definitely some surprises, I'll be honest. Some people are more duplicitous than you might realize, and other people are actually less duplicitous than you might think. So I covered the East for the most part. Doug covered the West. I'll let Doug speak to the West in a second. The East was a viper's den. We had this crazy RT coming out of the gate. Ed and Liam formed a good working relationship right from the get-go. I don't know that it was the most efficient way to execute an RT, and the AI, Karthik and Morgante, were all over it. And then when the West broke out, the East decided to get together. Ed flipped sides, and then they got to the line, and it looked like they were going to be able to counter the FG, and internal divisions just got the best of them. I think there was a combination of some feelings from other games before this one, as well as some feelings coming out of this particular game, but they just could not trust each other long enough. I think Karthik and Morgante both stabbed each other in the same turn, and both in ways that wouldn't really have won them the game. And then there was some disputes going down the line. It was actually the East that was keeping the game going late. It wasn't Dave trying to push for the win so much as recriminations and vendettas in the East. So, but it was hard fought. So I'll let Doug speak to what he saw in the West.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things I want to talk about where you mentioned, Brandon, where, people are not as duplicitous as you think they are. So let me actually talk about somebody who was not terribly duplicitous in this game at all. That was Tanya Gill. She was pretty straightforward with everybody, and everyone around her was using her as the bogey woman, saying like, oh no, Tanya told me to do this. No. Tanya's pulling all the strings. She was just doing pretty good diplomacy, and everyone was trying to cover what they were doing against somebody else by blaming Tanya. It was kind of funny, honestly, to watch that go on. Ed did it, John did it, Dave did it. I'm sure Morgante did it, but I didn't hear him say it. But it was pretty funny. The story of the West really boiled down to Dave and Tanya formed a pretty strong working relationship relatively early. They weren't lying to each other. They made some pains to be frank with each other and to really work through their tactics. And both of them were good and receptive at accepting each other's tactical advice. There was a key turn late in the game where Tanya stopped the ER in Scandinavia, where she was able to protect and grow. And they left England with 1 dot. The genesis of those tactics came from Dave. And so, it was a really good, strong alliance. And what I just saw there is they got the drop on England. They kept it going, and they just didn't really let anything get in the way. They had their fractious moments, as any alliance does, but at the end of the day, they were able to, generally speaking, sort of, resolve it within themselves. And I think that was really important for the long-term working relationship. Even at the end of the game, they were still pretty positive with each other, even though they were competing for the win. I would liken it to, they decided to have a race and see who won. And Tanya got over the finish line first. And very frankly, if she doesn't get Warsaw at the end of the game, Dave probably wins.
That's great. Well, since I see we have Tanya in the green room, the sideline reporters will kick you to the side for a second, and we'll let the analysts kind of go through how the game was built. So thank you for joining, and we'll get you back and have a wrap up at the end. And we welcome to the screen the inaugural VDL top board champion, Tanya Gill. Congratulations.
Thanks. Yeah, that was fun. It was a good game.
So I'll kick it off first. So John Anderson, big target coming in. We tried to get both of you to talk about each other in the pregame interviews. You both knew about each other. He was worried about you. You said you wanted to see what the mystique was all about. Did any of that pregame hype lead into how the alliances started?
Honestly, no, because I've never played with John before this. I'd never played with Dave before this. So for me, it was kind of just like I don't know either of these people. I've heard about John, but I'm not going to influence that in terms of the alliance. So it wasn't that like a let's go get John. That was never my intention whatsoever. It just worked out where Dave and I had good conversation, and then Dave said to me, I'm going to bounce John off of Belgium. And I was like, hey, if you're going to do that, then great. I like that, that's a move and you're willing to make the first move. So great. But yeah, John's a great guy. He was super fun. There was nothing really wrong with his play. It was just that, Dave and I vibed well, and Dave did that one move that made me think, hey, this guy actually kind of wants to work with me. And he burned the bridge with John. So I was like, all right, I'll go for this. So.
Tanya, I wanted to ask you, one pivotal turn very early in the game was Spring 1902, where you bounced John out of Skagerrak, as opposed to, I don't know if we can get the moves up, but as opposed to going to Helgoland or Baltic even. And I'm just wondering, what was the genesis for that, and how did you end up sniffing that out? And, do you consider that sort of Spring? Yeah. Do you think that this was a critical, kind of move in the starting of your game?
I got really lucky with that one, honestly, because I was going to move to the Baltic and take Sweden. I had no real intention of fighting John. In fact, I think at this stage I was kind of like, okay, why don't I let EF fight each other and I can go take some Russian dots or something. And then, but I wasn't completely sure I wanted to piss off Ed quite yet. So Ed said to me, if you move to the Baltic, I will attack you. And I was like, okay, let's not do that. So I was like, oh, I'll move to Skagerrak. And then for some reason, John was moving to Skagerrak. So it was completely random. I got very lucky with that move. I was initially not going to do it, and it just ended up working out. So.
Yeah, Baltic would have been fairly, I don't want to say disastrous, but problematic there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. And John, I don't really know why he chose to attack me at that stage, but yeah, I would thank Ed for a lot of what happened. Yeah.
we were curious at the beginning, the opening of Venice to Tyrolia. The sideline reporters said that Morgante said he wasn't going to do that, but the way it allowed you to kind of free up an EF fight, let's say, was there any discussion that you had with the East about how the West was going to play out that kind of cemented you in more with France, or was it truly that bounce in Belgium that set you up?
It was definitely the bounce in Belgium, I would say. I don't really recall any conversation with the East that stands out in my mind about what they all asked, like, what am I going to do? And I was just kind of like, well, I hope I'm not the odd one out, right? Like, that was sort of the only thing I gave anyone, because I really wasn't sure what was going to happen. So yeah, no, I still don't know why Morgante really moved to Tyrolia when he said he wasn't going to, but what can you do?
I mean, I knew I had a lot of questions early on, is when you had to pull back to cover Munich in 01 after Morgante moved to Tyrolia. Was that a little bit of a relief to get out of the question about who were you going to support into Belgium, or?
Yeah, it honestly, it worked out for me, I think. Like, I
Yeah.
didn't have to make a play on Belgium. I didn't have to be like, yeah, friends, I'll support you in, because you're, you know, I'm like, I need to cover Munich, so don't ask me what's going on there. And I used that line, like, towards both England and France, so.
Oh, 100%. It gave me the brilliant idea that now I want Italy to go to Tyrolia so that I'm forced to not get in the middle of that when I'm
I wish
German.
I was brilliant enough to orchestrate that somehow, but I have to thank Morgante for that one.
I think one thing that was apparent was there was a lot of friction, obviously, between you and Ed throughout a lot of the mid game of this, in terms of both in Scandinavia and as you began to push towards Warsaw, as sort of the competing alliance structure of the board played out. But as the game progressed, it became apparent that, you know, you and Ed were obviously still talking and still finding ways to cooperate, particularly in the last few turns of the game. And I'm wondering if you could comment a little bit about how the ebb and flow of that relationship went and how you were able to manage a relationship that led to Ed ultimately, you know, really being on your side for topping the board at the end of the game.
Yeah, so initially we worked together, Ed and I, and then against John, I would say, like, somewhat, not like overly, but to an extent. And then there was that weird mid-game moment where Karthik was doing really, really well, and he was looking like he was going to top the board, at least from our perspective. And Ed and I just didn't really talk. Like, I would go into a room and be like, Ed, can we talk? And he would, like, kind of be like, yeah, we will. And then he would just never get back to me. So during that phase was when we were kind of fighting, and it wasn't that, like, we were actively, like, negotiating and being like, hey, you know, I'm gonna fight you. It was just that we weren't really talking. And I think he saw that as, like, if someone was gonna win, he would want it to be Karthik. So that's what was going on. And then when that went downhill, because Karthik lost Warsaw, and I think a Turkish dot or something, then my relationship with Ed opened up again. Yeah.
Because as a follow-up to that, so fall 1905 is when Dave pulled even with you at 8. Let's see if I can bring that up to the board again. Ed had supported John into Norway as a trade for St. Petersburg, but it got you a little out of position. This was the one moment where, at least I had said from tactically, Adam kind of said, no, you're willing to make that trade. Was this where Karthik stopped the growth and you were like, okay, Ed and I can agree after this? What led up to this moment where he really turned against you and then back with you?
Like, what led up to Ed turning against me?
Yeah, I mean, was he at this point, because he became, I'm not saying this negatively, you didn't earn it, but more the kingmaker. He walked away. If you needed one more, he was walking out of Moscow. He supported you in Edinburgh at the end of the game. He turned pro-German at the end of the game, but clearly fall 05, when things were in the shuffle, you know, he was heartily against you. Did you have to work him over, or did the South just falling apart bring him back to you?
Yeah, I think there was this, I don't really know what went on in the East, but it didn't seem very friendly or great for most of the game. So I think what ended up happening was that once Karthik sort of lost his ability to really win, Ed maybe decided that players in the East maybe he wasn't as happy with them, and thought that I would be he would rather help me out. And listen, I didn't walk into Moscow, you know, I took Warsaw from Karthik. I was pretty honest with Ed. I was like, I won't be taking your dots. Can you just hold me and Eddie? Like, that's all I'm really asking for. And he did it. So I can't really tell you why he ended up fighting me, other than like preferring to work with Austria, which is perfectly fine. And then when that wasn't as much as of an option, I was, I guess, the next best candidate. So I think that's how it went down. But I'm not in his head exactly. So
yeah, sure. Just didn't know if you had to put in that extra effort at the end when you knew that would be maybe the balance of winning and losing.
Right. Well, I kept trying to talk to him every year, which probably helped me, right? I was like, hey, Ed, like, you know, I don't want to take Moscow. You know, I'll let you have it. I'll support you into Warsaw. And I think eventually it just kind of worked.
Nice.
Well, I mean, and that's fantastic. Is if we can't be the first choice, it's great to be the second choice when the first choice doesn't work out. You know, and I think back to the last years of the game when you and Dave sort of had this moment where I feel like there must have been a moment in negotiation where you two kind of just looked at each other and you said, oh, we're going to have to race to the end of this, aren't we? And it was clear that you knew every center mattered. And it was clear that he knew every center mattered. What was going on there?
So I actually got so lucky when I got Warsaw, because I think that changed the entire dynamic of this game. And without that, I think there was a good chance that Dave could have won this. So after that move, when he supported me to Eddie, because I was just like, listen, you're going to get Rome, you're going to get Naples, you know, how am I going to hold off Austria? Like, you have to let me have it. So he let me have it. And then I didn't expect to get Warsaw. Like, they could have held that. And I shouldn't have gotten that, actually. So after this phase, Dave was like, hey, let's talk. And he was like, well, how do we balance it now? And I said to him, like, I kind of think I want to try and win this game. So I don't really see how we're going to balance it. And then after that, it was a race. Like, we didn't really try and negotiate anything after that.
We spent a lot of time talking about this specific turn that Kevin has up on screen. And I spent a bit of time saying that it was a huge, huge mistake for Dave to have given you Eddie. It'd be fantastic for you. Fantastic that you worked that out negotiating. But if I were Dave, would I have done it? I don't know that I would have.
I feel like it feels a little bit different in the situation, right? Yeah. I really pushed for it. I was like, you're going to get Rome and Naples and Greece, and you're going to, you know, and when you think of it like that, then, and I'm not supposed to get Warsaw, then like, what's one more army going to do, right? So I don't know what I would have done if I was, if I was France personally, but like.
Oh, I get it. I was looking at it like, but fantastic, and absolutely Warsaw was key here.
Yeah.
Yeah, the sideline reporting came back and really told us about the heat you put on them. And at that point it was. And the difference we talked about between 11-8 and 10-9 with, like you said, Naples and Rome, not guaranteed, but possible. And they ended up getting there. So that was, Eddie was the difference in the game. So great negotiation.
I think I was aware at that point that Morgante would be likely to give him those dots. So for me, it was just kind of like, I have to have Eddie. So
did he put up any, and I don't want to have you say what he said, but was there any resistance of, you know, well, it's not the way, and I've been working on this one for a while?
No, there was a lot. He wanted Eddie every turn. So it was big negotiation on my end. And he was just kind of like, no, well, I should have it, you know? So it was, I think he fought for it. I just edged out a little bit in terms of my stubbornness, I guess. And Dave is great. He's a fantastic player. Yeah.
Well, so now I want to do a post-game interview with Dave to ask how much he regrets that exact moment.
I think a lot.
We'll get him on the next board, but we'll let Adam and Siobhan get their celebratory drink, and we'll bring back on the sideline reporters, because I'm sure they were listening to you but never had a chance to interact. So, gentlemen, let her get a drink and then take it away.
I'm pretty sure Tanya saw me like in her room most of the game, because that was like a clear pivot of what was happening in the West. And so, you know, I had a lot of insight. I was there in the conversation about Eddie, and let me just tell you, like, Tanya brought the heat. She was like leaving nothing behind. And just like from an, not to get into like deep analysis, but I thought her point in that moment was correct because, if you do the count from there, if she gives him Eddie at that moment in time, there's no hope for her to win the game because she should not get worse on Moscow. So I thought it was an appropriate push, and Brandon and I talked about this, like, I don't know, for 10 minutes after the game.
Yeah, even shortly after that, when we were prepping for our sideline report for this time. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, this is a moment I think when Dave's inexperience got the better of him, because I think if I'm Dave, I wouldn't give you Edinburgh under any circumstances, and I would probably take Belgium here as well. Dave seemed to me just really close, actually. Like, this was a strong game overall for him. And there's just sort of like that last drive, like the last step to be able to get ahead of you. Whereas as soon as you got ahead of him, you sent the fleet into North Atlantic, and you set units, west. You took Belgium. You secured Belgium. So for you, my curiosity for you is at this moment, winter of 1907, you've gotten 2 builds, one more than you probably expected to, and you're now 3 ahead. What's going through your mind exactly? Is it clear to you that moving on Dave is the way to secure this, or do you still think you need to try to keep him on side? How much are you debating in your head?
Right. To begin, like, the reason that Dave maybe didn't stab me is because I at that point, Karthik was a massive threat. Like, it wasn't that he was nothing. And I essentially said that if you stab me, I will throw all my dots to Karthik, right? Like, if one of us is going to win this game, it's not going to be by taking the other's dots. And I think he agreed with that. So there was that fear that if I stab her, she's going to give, like Munich and Berlin and whatever to Russia and Karthik, and then I can't win or something like that. So that threat was presented. What was my thought process after that turn went in? Well, after Karthik fell, I was just kind of like the only one left to possibly win is Dave, and there was no real question in my mind that I had to secure that side of the board in order to top this. Yeah.
So it wasn't a struggle for you.
No. I told him, like, it was like, I think the first conversation I had with him, and he was like, because we would talk at the beginning of each phase, and he was like, where do we go from here? And I just said, like, I'm gonna go for the win. So I didn't even attempt to like trick him or anything. Like
He told you. Okay, so it was out and out. So then, last question for you: how did you keep Karthik on side? Did you have to do much work, or was he, as soon as he lost Warsaw, was he like, "I'm done, you win"?
Actually, he had some kind of deal with Dave, where if Dave did what he did, then Karthik would throw to Dave, and Dave didn't do it. So Karthik got angry and then decided that I was gonna. He didn't give me any dots, but he didn't fight me. So yeah, okay. That's what happened. Yeah. So I feel like the thing from this game, the theme was kind of like piss everyone off less than the other person, and then that's how you win. So.
Which is surprising, because going into the sport, everyone seemed so friendly and alliance happy. Did it change during the game?
I mean, I was friendly and alliance happy. I just did the rest of the board. Actually, I don't think I lied once to anyone in this game. Like, I think I got away with not misleading anyone. So.
I just remember when the sound in your voice when the 2 times John like is talking to you. I'm 100% behind you, and then he like wanders and is like, "Why are you attacking me of all the people?"
I was committed to having John ride to the end of this with at least 1 dot and never getting eliminated, and then he just went and attacked me. It was a bizarre moment.
He was going around telling everybody that he wanted you to win, and then in the next breath he was like, "Well, maybe I'll go to Sweden."
Yeah. I don't think Skagerrak and be on 4 of her dots. So yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, I followed him around that turn. I don't think you know this. He actually was negotiating with people to try and get them on your side to help you win, and then he moved to Skagerrak. He really legitimately was. That's the funny thing. It wasn't like you know, he was just saying that to you. Like, no, he was like negotiating with Ed. He was talking with Liam. And he was really like, you're in your corner. It was hilarious.
Yeah.
And the thing is, like, I believed him when he said that, and then he made that move, and I was just like, what is going? I love John. Like, I can't wait to play with him again. And actually,
well, you're going to get a chance to. In are you playing in Cascadia, or are you going to let somebody else have a chance at qualifying for the DBNI?
I haven't decided yet.
Okay. Well, you will get to play with John at the DBNI, which will start in, I think, just 4 weeks from now. Congratulations on qualifying again. Yeah, look out for an email from me for scheduling purposes. Congratulations, Tanya. Fantastic game.
Yeah, thanks. And I want to just thank Zach for running an incredible league that has been so much fun. And, you know, I met so many new people through it and just had like a great time every time I've played. And then when I haven't played, this broadcast has been so fantastic. So thanks to all of you too. I think we all super appreciate this like new addition, which I'm sure I've said before, but really, really, really awesome job, guys.
Great job, Tanya. Congratulations. A well-earned win.
Congrats.
All right. We'll see you soon, Tanya.
Oop, sorry.
Crossed our wires. All right, Kevin, before I depart, I want to say thank you very much for hosting this. This is your first time hosting. You got the big assignment. I hope you enjoyed it, and I look forward to watching after the day is over.
Don't watch the first 15 minutes. That is it gets better after there.
There were some hiccups there. We're just not going to talk about those ever again. No one saw them. They don't exist.
Yeah, can you edit the video before we post it?
Sadly, no. It's going up there for all of eternity.
Oh, man. Oh, well. I lost my following. But no, guys, great job on the sideline reporting. I think it gets better and better. You get the insight you want to hear. And we heard a lot of what Tanya said in the post-game interview in live time. It helps our analysis. And I know it helps the commenters as they watch the game as well. So great job. And we'll look forward to DBNI. Although, let's talk about it. So we got Cascadia left to go. Mm-hmm. Neither of the two that because there were no points other than top board today, right?
That's right. However, we have not factored the any of the VDL into any of the VDL results into the DBNI standings. So we will update those and get them posted tomorrow. So everybody who participated in the VDL will get DBNI points for it. And it's a 100-point event. It's a max value event. So Tanya will get that. I'll be very surprised if Tanya is not number one in the standings after this. But everybody else who was on the top board, they'll get a significant number of points, and people below that as well. It may be better than their third best event. So this could end up shaking up those standings a little bit. And then we've got Cascadia in 2 weeks. If you're not signed up, go sign up now. Anybody know how to tell people how to sign up?
I do not off the top of my head, but what I can say is get in touch with Chris Brand, and if you can't get in touch with him, reach out to me and I will put you in touch. This is your chance to dethrone me as reigning champion of a tournament. Who doesn't want to do that? I mean...
And who won the tournament before that? Just curious.
It's funny. It's this guy I know named, Adam Gold? Adam Copper? No, Adam Silverman. That's what it was.
There we go.
The Cascadia tournament win has been passed amongst the Bay Area folks for the past 3 years, so this could be your chance to take the throne. So Cascadia is a tournament that's been going on, I think, 4 or 5 years now, run by Chris Brand, world champion, great guy, great player, for those of you who are watching who haven't signed up yet, I have to just ask the question, why not? It's just going to be a great event, and if you've looked at the roster that's signed up for so far, it's just going to be an amazing opportunity to play against some awesome people. So really, it will be a great event. We're looking forward to covering it in 2 weeks.
And not that winning diplomacy tournaments is enough, but Tanya is also on the NADF, and anyone who's on the NADF Discord server, I believe an invitation was included there.
Yeah, and I think there should be contact info on the DBN site if people can't find it elsewhere, right? Is that right, Brandon?
Yes, we'll add it to the description field of this video.
Great.
And with Tanya's double qualification, that opens up another spot for somebody else to make the invitational. So for those of you who are trying to make it, you might be on the bubble. This is a real opportunity to make the invitational. So you should definitely play Cascadia.
All right. Perfect. Shall we call it a night? All right. Thank you guys very much. All of you, Doug, Adam, Siobhan, and Kevin. DBN thanks you. And I think we have a traditional way of signing off, and that falls to Siobhan.
I mean, as always, I had so much fun. Thank you all for doing these broadcasts and all the work you put in. And to everyone watching, stay safe and stab well.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.